Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to everyone to the National Dialogue on Solar Circular Economy, organized by the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, with the support of the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, and in collaboration with the National Solar Energy Federation of India. My name is Aishwarya Jain. I work as a researcher at CEEW, and I will be your host today. There is a growing consensus that circular economy strategies will play a pivotal role in creating a sustainable and resilient supply chain for renewable energy technologies by maximizing resource utilization and reducing the reliance on critical raw materials. India's solar energy sector has witnessed exponential growth, with the capacity growing from a mere 2 gigawatt in 2014 to about 75 gigawatt as of February 2024. This transition is largely led by utility-scale deployments, which represent about 80% share of the installed capacity. However, the recent announcement around Pradhan Mantri Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana will bring the much-needed impetus to rooftop systems. The rapid deployment of solar panels makes it necessary to prepare for responsible waste management originating from planned decommissioning, damages, and early replacement due to repowering. Solar waste contains different types of materials with varying levels of toxicity and economic value. Therefore, handling this waste responsibly from an environmental, economic, and social perspective is critical. Today's National Dialogue on Solar Circular Economy aims to build a common consensus among stakeholders towards making the circular economy central to India's clean energy transition. We have a power-packed day lined up with engaging sessions with policymakers, private sectors, and R&D institutions who will deliberate on the strategies for achieving a circular economy in the Indian solar industry. We will also launch a report today which will have a significant role in informing the discourse on solar circularity. Additionally, we have some exciting poster presentations displayed towards my left by prestigious research institutions and fellow organizations on the latest trends in the solar circular economy. The presentations will be available throughout the event for your perusal. I encourage you all to please browse through them and interact with the researchers. I also request the authors to be present next to their posters during lunch and high tea to interact with the audience and answer their queries. Before we commence the day's proceedings, I would like to share some operational details with you all. We do not encourage the use of plastic water bottles. Therefore, you will find glasses and water bottles on your table. We have a running tea and coffee service on my right. We will also break for lunch after the first session and end the day with high tea. Hence, please be with us for the entire event. The washrooms are on the left and right when you exit the dome. Now, without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, CEO, CEEW, to give welcome remarks to our esteemed speakers and audience.
Thank you, Aishwarya, and good morning, everyone. Real pleasure to be here. The reason is, last Friday, at a different session that was happening in Aerocity, a person in the audience asked about, how do you plan for an energy transition when these unintended consequences emerge? Sometimes it can be about solar waste, and sometimes it can be about supply chains, and sometimes it can be about critical minerals. So how far do you look ahead? It was an interesting question. It's partly a philosophical question, partly a mathematical question. How far can you actually predict what kind of challenges will emerge? Because these are system-level dynamics. But I gave a crude, unscientific answer. I said we look over the horizon. Now, it depends on how far into the horizon you want to look. The reason I say this is because a lot of things that we try to do here at CEEW, but of course with our partners, is try and see what is not on the policy agenda yet, but which will complicate the journey towards sustainability. Not because the political leadership is not there, of course it's there. Not because the policies are not there, of course they are there. Not because the investments are not there, of course they are coming in. But still, we have to, our job as researchers our job as stakeholders that have a role to bridge these different constituencies is to try and look over the horizon. So I am really delighted that this conversation is happening. So first and foremost, let me thank the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy for your support in this effort. Not because we have all the answers, but for you to take this issue head on. Mr. Rana, Mr. Jagdale, and others, to see, how does India move towards this massive deployment of clean energy capacity, even as we think through some of those system-level contradictions and challenges, is a sign of leadership. I also want to thank NSEFI and our supporters, Bloomberg Philanthropies, for, again, collaborating in philanthropy, think tanks, the private sector, coming together to try and understand how these complexities emerge. So just to put some thoughts on the table, to set the homework for all of us. The first thing is when we see this statement, solar circular economy, the solar part itself is extremely important. As Aishwarya was saying in the opening remarks, we are already the 4th largest solar market in the world by deployed capacity. And that deployed capacity has gone from just about 2 or 3 gigawatts 10 years ago. Welcome, Pooja. I just thanked Bloomberg Philanthropies, but I'll thank you again. That capacity has gone from 2 to 3 gigawatts just 10 years ago to well over 70 gigawatts. But that well over 70 gigawatts is nothing compared to the 500 gigawatts of non-fossil electricity capacity that we hope to deploy by 2030. That 500 gigawatts of non-fossil electricity capacity is nothing compared to the 5,600 gigawatts of solar capacity alone and the 1,790 gigawatts of wind capacity alone that we'll need for our net zero transition out to 2070. So anyone who understands the inflection points, the curve will have continuous inflection points. That's the scale of what we are trying to achieve here, which then brings us to the circular economy part. Now, already there are a range of initiatives that Government of India has announced, in part unilaterally and in part plurilaterally, in driving the circular economy conversation. Mission Life, that was launched in October 2022, but also during our G20 presidency, the launch of the Resource Efficiency and Circular Economy Industry Coalition that was approved by the Environment, Climate and Sustainability Working Group of the G20. G20 leaders also recognize that there's a need to decouple economic growth from environmental degradation and pledge to reduce waste generation by 2030. But there are other things that are emerging in the market. Regulatory changes, not just in India, but regulatory changes in other markets where we hope to participate. So then where does this story land? The conversation we're having today is driven by a few different factors. The first is, what can circular economy do to accelerate this mega energy and renewable energy transition? One of those critical drivers will be critical mineral resources and raw materials. A study that we published with the International Energy Agency and University of California, Davis and WRI India showed that by 2050, clean technologies will account for up to 90% of global lithium demand, up to 55% of global nickel demand, and up to 43% of global copper demand. Equally, the IEA estimates that by 2040, about 1.3 terawatt hours of batteries will reach the end of their first useful life. Question is there a second and a third useful life for them? And about 60 to 78 million tons of solar PV module waste would have been generated by 2050. Now let's also put this in context. This is nothing compared to the millions of tons of fossil fuel related waste that is generated. Nevertheless, just because there is a problem somewhere else doesn't mean we don't clean up the act or don't have a responsible approach to renewables. which means that the circularity of solar and related technologies is critical, pun intended, to access the critical materials that are needed in rolling out the deployment of these technologies. Now, in relation to that, we have to see where does the regulatory story land. Right now, we have Europe, UK, India as major markets that have a regulatory framework to manage solar waste, and these have expanded the scope of electronic waste management rules to include solar cells and modules as one of the products, along with regulations for extended producer responsibility and so forth. But at some point, we will need some kind of at least harmonization, if not equalization, of standards so that manufacturers, project developers, but also the new constituents that will emerge in managing this waste, the new businesses that will emerge, have a clarity of the, not just the policy signal, but the regulatory standards. In order to then respond to those regulatory standards, we will need to overcome the challenges that exist. Have the technologies for recycling been proven at commercial scale, and at commercial scale to match with the scale of deployment that is coming through? Is recycling remunerative enough when policy signals might or not be existing in different jurisdictions? And how do we deal with waste aggregation? Just like we have a challenge with aggregating agricultural waste management, we might end up with a similar challenge of aggregating e-waste and solar waste. And therefore, clear policy signals, harmonization of standards, clear business cases, not just lab-based technology understanding, and then common labeling, which is easy to understand, drawing a red line under greenwashing, as the UN Secretary General says. These will all be the key principles that we will need to highlight. So as I conclude, I want to go back to the point I started out with, that we can't have the hubris to assume we know the future. But we can take on the challenge of predicting the future by shaping it. And in order to do that, we have to start looking over the horizon, not because we have all the answers, but at least we can start asking the right questions. So thank you for joining us in asking the questions, and let's hope that by the end of the day, we have some signals on the answers as well. Aishwarya, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Arunabha, for the inspiring words, particularly how we should look over the horizon to identify the challenges preemptively and solve for them, and how circular economy will play a critical role in energy transitions. I would now like to invite Dr. Akanksha Tyagi, Program Lead, CEEW, to present the report, Enabling a Circular Economy in India's Solar Industry, Assessing the Solar Waste Quantum.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today at this important dialogue. I'm Akanksha Tyagi. I'm a program lead at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, and I lead our work on responsible and inclusive RE. Today, I'll be presenting insights from an upcoming study jointly done with Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, which estimates India's solar waste. Council on Energy, Environment and Water is Asia's leading not-for-profit policy research institution that aims to drive sustainable development at scale using data, integrated analysis, and strategic outreach. As you heard Arunabha in the opening session, India has huge ambitions for solar capacity deployment. We are at 75 gigawatts today, but we must amass about 5,000 gigawatts by 2070 in order to become net zero. This capacity deployment, however, must go hand in hand with our processes and ecosystem to manage the solar waste. India in 2022 became the third country to come up with a regulatory framework for solar waste management. the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, included solar cells and panels as one of the product categories in e-waste management rules. These rules obligate the producers, which could be manufacturers, project developers who are importing, as responsible entities for waste management. And they have to file annual returns, they have to collect and store modules, damaged modules by 2034-35. Now, the rules also specify the product lifetime of 15 years. However, our research clearly shows that there are several waste streams which come up before the technical end of life or the lifetime mentioned in the guidelines. These waste streams could include waste from manufacturing, either as a manufacturing scrap or as modules rejected due to quality standards, damages happening during the handling and transportation, installation, as well as damages appearing during the project operations. And of course, there is a contribution to natural events as well, India being a climate disaster-prone country, which means that solar waste management is not a problem for 15 years down the line, it's a problem of today. And a circular economy ecosystem must be created in order to manage this waste responsibly. A circular economy will also help in meeting several national priorities. For instance, resource adequacy. For instance, resilient supply chains for our domestic manufacturing industries. For instance, creating employment and entrepreneurship opportunities to the new industries that the circular economy will create. And all in all, with environmental protection due to abated mining of virgin materials, as well as contamination from any leachings coming out from the waste. So overall, it will help us attain the trinity of job, growth, and sustainability. However, data is a very important piece in this puzzle. A granular estimation and a temporal spread of solar waste estimate is central to inform any policy making, to guide businesses to make any market strategies and business strategies. So MNRE and CEEW undertook this first of its kind study where we estimated India-specific solar waste. And in the next few slides, I'll just take you through the approach and key findings from the study. So we first went about developing coefficients for different waste streams. As I just highlighted, we identified transportation, operations, and end of life as some of the contributing waste streams, and we created, and we used primary data from about 2.3 gigawatt of capacity spread across 23 projects in diverse geographies to come up with coefficients for these waste streams. We then integrated it to make a dynamic model, which could give us a temporal and spatial spread of India's solar waste. Some of the key assumptions that I would want to highlight are that these coefficients are actually constant over the entire lifetime period. So the evaluation period is about from 2009 to under 2050, and these coefficients remain constant. We also assume that India would amass about 300 gigawatt of solar capacity in line with CEA's optimal generation mix study for India. And so the new capacity additions are assumed from 2023 onwards to 2030. So the waste, and that same capacity is then modeled for waste projections until 2050. The end of life is assumed as the time taken for modules to drop to their 80% of rated capacity. So with this background, let's dive into the results. Our research shows that India's installed solar capacity as of FY23, which was about 63 gigawatts, that would yield about 100 kilotons of waste, and it will reach to about 340 kilotons by 2030. The graph, the India solar map, and the solar waste map that you see on the screens gives you the spatial spread of the waste. And intuitively, it coincides with the capacity deployment trends. So the top 5 states like Rajasthan, Gujarat, who are leading in solar capacity deployment will also emerge as the waste centers. And almost 67% of the waste will come from just 5 geographies. If we expand the time span and we look at trajectory until 2030, the new capacities which are deployed from 2024 onwards until 2030, they will also start contributing to the quantum of waste, which will reach about 600 kilotons by 2030. And as you can see in this graph, there are color codes for contribution of different waste streams. Contribution, the orange bar representing waste coming in from transportation and handling, green bar representing project waste coming in from project operation phase, and then blue bar representing the waste coming in from the technical end of life. As you can clearly see, in this decade, it's mostly the non-end of life waste streams which will contribute to majority of the waste quantum. If we look beyond 2030 and go up till 2050, you can clearly see the quantum of waste that we might see. It reaches to about 19 million tons in the scenario that's present in the graph, but we have also modeled other scenarios, and the overall range lies between 5 to 19 million tons. So all of this means that India has a huge challenge to manage, but there are also several opportunities, as I was mentioning in the opening slides, around resource adequacy, employment creation, and environmental protection that the solar waste management sector offers. Now let's look at how prepared and at what stage is the circular economy ecosystem in the country. The recycling technologies for solar module recycling, they are still at a development stage. And we are yet to see, not just in India, but globally, a fully commercial recycling facility. Whatever startups and companies we have encountered so far are currently focusing on bulk material recycling, which is glass and aluminum recovery, and high-value recovery, where you can actually get silicon, silver, copper, and all of these precious intrinsic metals. They are yet to be recovered at a commercial scale, economically viably. And this is because the critical mass to recover these precious metals is yet to be attained. If you can see the module composition, more than 90% of the value in a panel lies in just 15% of its weight, which means that you really need a huge volume aggregated in a single capacity to economically process and then make value, and then recover revenue out of it. Parallelly, there are challenges around purity of materials as well. Whatever recycling technologies that are available today, they are not really able to recover materials of high purity, which could be fed back into the solar industry and get the desired remuneration. So this means that the ecosystem for technology development is still at an early stage and would need significant support from donors as well as policymakers. So based on this study and the status quo of the ecosystem, we have 3 recommendations for the stakeholders. The first is we need more India-specific data for decision making. And here we have been working with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy for the last 2 years as a knowledge partner and supporting them to create some of the primary data around India's solar waste, around the recycling capacity, around mapping the solar capacity and geotagging some of the locations, which could help in businesses making those decisions around infrastructure deployment, around transportation cost estimations, and overall making a business case. We also have directions for MOEFCC, where they have already shown tremendous leadership in creating a regulatory framework for solar waste management. But as our study suggests, the policy, the MOEFCC and the other policymakers should really put out more detailed guidelines on how to store and transport and handle the solar waste. As I said, just 90% of the value lies in 15% of the waste. So can there be innovative mechanisms that can be designed to collect and store the modules, which just bring down the overall economics more favorable for the recyclers? For solar manufacturers and developers, we nudge them to start creating and designing for the waste management infrastructure, because it will be a very strategic call whether to set up a centralized system or a decentralized system in order to collect and channelize the waste to responsible recyclers. And then lastly, a call out to all the innovators, be in academia or private sector, to really expedite their efforts on developing more innovative technological solutions which maximize the recovery with enhanced purity of the recovered materials. Thank you all for your attention. This ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Akanksha, for the insightful and detailed presentation. The presentation is critical to understand the enormity of solar waste that we're looking at, the entire mapping of solar waste value chain, and the ecosystem that is required for its circularity. I would now like to welcome all the dignitaries to the dais. Shri Dinesh Jagdale, Joint Secretary, MNRE, Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, CEO, CEEW, Mr. Satyendra Kumar, Director, HSM, MOEF and CC, and Mr. Kuldeep Rana, Scientist E, MNRE. To the stage, I also invite the associated research team, Pooja, Neeraj, Akanksha, and Ajinkya, to join the dignitaries on the stage for the report launch. I would request Mr. Satyendra Kumar to please stay back on the stage to deliver the special remarks. Thank you to all our esteemed dignitaries and the CEEW team for the launch of the report. So over to you.
Distinguished delegates present in this room, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it's a matter of great importance that we are talking about this aspect of the circular economy in the solar sector, National Solar Circular Economy. I'd like to first go back to 2021 when our Honorable Prime Minister gave a call, made an announcement for the Mission Circular Economy. And that was the year when our national think tank, Niti Aayog, in the month of March, had constituted circular economy committees to look into 11 identified waste streams. These two events in 2021 indicate towards the importance of the circular economy that was given to by the government of India. We have been following this linear economy approach for decades. And we all understand that we cannot keep on extracting resources and just use it and generate waste out of it without deriving the value out of the waste also. The Mother Earth is not going to provide us with all the resources that is required to undertake all the economic pursuits for eternity. And this concept of circular economy, that's why has gained importance in a great way across the globe. In fact, if we want to address the planetary crisis, what we term as, or the most important environmental problems, that is of the biodiversity loss, of pollution, of the climate change, we have to shift the way we have been doing things. Our economy has to transform from the linear economy model to the circular economy model. And when we adopt circular economy, what we ensure is that we are going to ensure the resource security. We talked about the supply chains. We are going to ensure a resilient supply chain. We are going to reduce the emissions of all those greenhouse gases, all those polluting gases or effluents that comes out due to the extraction, mining, and all those activities, resulting in the biodiversity conservation also. And it has all the benefits. So I started with this idea that we are talking about circular economy as an approach that is going to be closely intertwined with the economic pursuits that we undertake across the globe. And when we talk about circular economy, it's not just per se that we have the resource security, we have the material, that availability of the raw material and secondary raw material, not the virgin raw material, but we are going to create new business model out of it. We are going to create more and more jobs. And finally, to sum it up, I'll say that when we adopt circular economy, we are going to basically gain the economic mileage. It's not just an environment decision. When we adopt circular economy, it's basically, in most of the cases, you are going to derive economic benefits. The businesses are going to get benefited. If you go for secondary raw material in many of the sectors, including this one, when there will be economy of scale, the material cost will be, the raw material cost, the secondary raw material cost will be substantially lower. So it has got the economic sense. Now coming to the aspect for which we have gathered today is the National Solar Circular Economy. In 2022, the Committee on Circular Economy on Solar Panels submitted the report in the month of March. And parallelly also, Ministry of Environment was working on the regulations that how to bring in, how to address this huge quantum of waste that would be generated in the coming years in the solar energy sector. March 2022 and in the month of November 2022, the e-waste management rules were revised and notified. And that gave a regulatory place to the solar PV waste in explicit terms. I'll get back a while, take you back a while. Since 2016, the discussion was there on the table. And the e-waste was already covering the solar PV modules also, but it was implicit. And there was a demand that it should be made explicit in the rules, and in 2022 November it was made explicit. Now one aspect captured, at that point in time there was a talk that how we are, should it be brought into the EPR mandate. EPR, as we see in the other e-waste products, electronic products or electrical products, there are 106 electronic products, electrical products, where EPR targets have been prescribed. In respect of this PV waste or PV module, EPR targets have not been prescribed as on it. And that's my second important point that I present before all of you. And it was a deliberate thing why it was not given a target. When it was discussed with the stakeholders, it was highlighted that exactly the same thing, the economy of scale is not there because the life of the solar PV panels is not less than 25 years. So we'll not have enough waste generated or the damaged PV modules there that would enable us to set up recycling facilities. And in that case, there should not be, as of now, the EPR targets. It doesn't mean that there will not be any EPR targets. So two aspects, the regulatory landscape is there. I'll just touch upon some of the other things in the discussion points. But here I'll say that it is now capturing that, and it has a very detailed guidelines. I'll not get into that, how this landscape has been envisaged and designed. But just to throw two very important things for consideration in today's discussion, that we have to see that exactly that how much of the solar PV waste is going to get generated in 2023, 24, 24, 25, and in the coming years. Without having those objective numbers, we are not going to think of the ecosystem to be developed in a robust manner. And for that, the annual filing of returns that will start from 23-24. For the first time, the returns have to be filed by the producers and manufacturers in this year, in 2024, by 30th of June, and that will give us a picture that how we are going to move ahead. The moment we get the picture in the coming years that how much of the solar PV modules are being put in the market, as well as how much of the PV modules are getting damaged and getting stored up, then there will be a clear picture how should be the trajectory of us moving ahead. This is one part to understand that how we are there on the table. And the second equally important aspect would be how the recycling technologies are going to be there, which has been touched upon, and I'll again talk about it. That when we talk about the solar PV recycling, we have certain, like mentioned, for aluminum and to my knowledge, copper also, people are going to get it. But when it comes to silicon and silver, the people are having challenges of the economy of scale. And there, we have to see that. What is that economy of scale? For the technology to become economically feasible. There are technologies which are technically feasible, but what is the scale where it will become economically feasible? And that is the second part of the thing, which when we have this data, we have to see the technologies. I may be corrected, I am not into this field, but a couple of years back when I had done some studies, then it showed me that if you go for silver and all those precious, semi-precious metal recycling, in Europe it was costing about $250 to $300 per ton. And if you include the transportation cost, it was around $400 to $600 per ton for the solar PV module. Definitely, for Europe also, it is not economically feasible. And that's why, having those considerations in mind, it was decided, or it has been presently envisaged, to have that data of the West and to understand that what is that economy of scale of the quantum of the PV waste that will help us to use those technologies to become commercially viable and economically viable. So these are the important two aspects where we need to see it objectively, dig deeper, and the moment we emerge, we have the data supported aspects in these two areas, we can then integrate and move forward in this domain. And this is going to help us not only move forward on the track as envisaged under our net zero plan, that we would be having a requirement of more than 5,000 gigawatt of solar energy, but also that we will ensure the resource security as we move ahead. Not only resource security, there are concerns of environmental pollution when we process all these things. Everything has to be done in an environmentally sound manner in order to protect everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the importance of transition from linear to circular economy, and how can a circular economy be aligned with economic pursuits, and how data is integral to develop the solar circular economy ecosystem. I would now like to invite Shri Dinesh Jagdale, Joint Secretary, MNRE, for delivering the keynote remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Arunma Ghosh and his entire team, my colleagues from the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to be here, pleasure to be a part of this national dialogue that we are having on circular economy. And basically a fantastic report being presented today. I think it's a beginning for us to really now go into deep dive and start really looking seriously on the processes that we can generate towards building a very viable, resourceful creation. What I can say is that we mentioned in the presentation, I think you mentioned on waste. So I think the overall buzzword that we can carry forward is this: probably going forward would not be treated as a waste, but as a resource which can be reused and re-put to use for creating a very healthy environment for RE to go forward. I was just discussing with Dr. Arunma when I saw that picture, such a beautiful picture on a panel, and I was told that it's Indian roller. That too is an Indian bird on an Indian module on an Indian soil. It's a beautiful picture. I think that the day starts with a very beautiful, colorful picture to this dialogue. And with that, let me come to the point of discussion today. I think MNRE for the last couple of years, I can say maybe beyond previously also, there must have been efforts. My colleague from MOFCC mentioned that he has been discussing since 2016. But obviously, yes, the need, the urgency is now brought onto the table. The kind of pace at which renewable energy has grown into this country, the pace at which solar has grown multiple times from the last 2014-15, where we were 2.5 gigawatt to 75 plus gigawatt today. And the pace probably at which we are going to grow maybe up to 2030, but beyond. I think the targets are ambitious. The acceleration, the pace at which we as economy are growing, and the confidence of the investors and the manufacturers on Indian economy, Indian regulations to bring in RE into the main fold of electricity mix is tremendous. And therefore, we do believe at the Ministry of Renewable, New and Renewable Energy, we do believe that going forward, the pace will increase. The footsteps or the foundation was there in this year when you saw, and as we are coming close to the end of this year, we are going to close this year with almost 50 gigawatt of bids already announced, out of which many have been closed, many are getting signed, LOAs, letter of awards, power supply agreements, but 50 gigawatt of bids in the history of this country. First time this year we have seen this kind of bidding regime that with probably a very informative advance notice to the bidding community that yes, we are going to come with a trajectory, with a target, and that we have followed by the word that we really announced in April 2023. And that is our ambition, that is our way forward, that going forward, we will like to create that probably a practice which will also enable all the stakeholders, right from the policy makers to the distribution companies, to the investors, to the manufacturers, that this is the way that Indian economy in terms of electricity is trying to grow. This is the solar mix that we will be bringing onto the table. And therefore, when we look at this, and therefore when we are talking of numbers, when you're talking of modules, when you're talking of really tracking back to the sites where which this module will be installed, probably going forward, this is going to be a regular phenomenon, and it will be embedded in the policy domain and the way we will conduct bids. We will also do that regulatory checks and have a feedback mechanism to create a very informed system. So 2030 is our short-term agenda. I keep on now telling we were looking at a 2030, a long-term agenda, but no, it's a short-term agenda. 2030 a short-term, 2047 a mid-term, and 2070 a long-term. 2070, Dr. Arunabha mentioned, and his team has been categorizing and quantifying the kind of renewable energy we would need. 1,700 gigawatt of wind and probably 5,000 gigawatt of solar. So that's a tremendous number that we have to look at. And when we are aiming that, and believe me, at the drawing table of Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, these numbers are there. And therefore, the policy that is going to come in the next couple of decades, as I can say, will be conducive to ensure that these these numbers don't just remain on paper, but they are also executed to its fullest extent. On this, and therefore, I think this report today, what we launched, I had a chance to review it, and also I would like to really applaud my colleagues and the colleagues from CEEW who tirelessly have been working on this. I think this is not a mainstream job, and believe me, it takes courage and effort and perseverance and patience to follow up with us as well, because we don't treat it as a mainstream activity, and therefore sometimes it remains at our, let us do it, let us do it. But then it's there, 20th March has come, and I'm happy to be here trying to reveal that report, and I can assure you that in Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, we have created a separate wing. We have Dr. Kuldeep here who is going to lead it on his level, and therefore we will also, in our effort probably going forward, is to create some kind of a policy mechanism where circular economy is at the forefront and bring in the practices. I was also discussing with the CEEW on how can we involve I know we have a lot of manufacturers who have best practices been followed, but I think we need to really go all across. We need to create that policy mechanism. MOFCC has come out very well in bringing out the first kind of set, and as I mentioned, as I was known today that June 2024, there will be the first stock take that I can, we can call. So that's a good start, and here on we'll continue to do that effort. CEEW work, I always, I always like it in the sense it is perfect to that core. They do a perfect work in terms of the objectives of the work has been assigned. So it's a perfect report. Everybody should go through it. The science behind it, the mathematics behind it, and the approach and the objective is very well clearly defined in the report. So that will be a good start for us. Coming back to the avenues that we need to create, I do believe, yes, it's not an easy job. There have been certain business practices that have been followed. And I will just like to refer to the notes that I was shared, where it did mention that their solar module recycling has been tried through few alternatives. One by mechanical recycling or full recovery end-of-life photovoltaic process. This is, I think they term it as FRELP, which is a hybrid process involving mechanical and chemical recycling process. As per the study, a polysilicon solar module with an approximate weight of 22 kgs and comprising of 74.1% glass, 10.3% aluminum, 0.6% copper, 3.3% silicon, and 11.3% polymer and traces of silver was studied in that process. It was also found that if the module was subjected to full recovery end-of-life photovoltaic process, around 99% of aluminum, 99% of glass, 95% of pure copper, and 96% of magnesium silicon, and 95% silver can be recovered. I am not sure whether everything has been really achieved on ground, but if the theory suggests us that, and therefore we do believe that we need to come out with certain pilot studies, and that's the next step, that MNRE along with CEEW and other partners will come up with a process of a challenge around. We will try to bring in ideas, practices that can really be deployed on ground to make it a mass scale activity. I do believe that Sujo is here. They already have the best practices in their manufacturing processes. Countries such as Australia, USA already have a support mechanism or funds to fuel the research and development of solar PV recycling technologies. I'm told that First Solar USA, ROSI France, Reeling Germany, Solar Cycle USA, Photorama EU, and a few others have also incorporated solar PV recycling process in their manufacturing plants. And First Solar has already have a plant established here. I'm sure they are doing it here as well. So that's how our entrepreneurs, our industry is going to take this forward. We believe that a sense of responsibility is there amongst all of us, and we at the policy making level will try to bring in that sense of responsibility, also document in a kind of policy moving forward. So there is a lot of work for us to go forward. We will continue to take this activity as our mainstream activity henceforth, and the circular economy aspect doesn't remain only to solar. We will take it to all RE technologies as such. Today we are looking at solar as a part of our mainstream, but I think there are some other technologies, probably may not that critical in terms of the waste that it's created, but I think, yes, there will be a resource which can be extracted and put to use. So with that effort and with a vision, we all will move forward. Today I had the opportunity to see all of you, meet all of you. Going forward, we will be collectively having stakeholder consultations on this process, and hopefully by end of this year, we will have some very tangible kind of policy that we can then deliberate and finalize. In the meanwhile, my best wishes to CEEW and other partners, NSEFI, and obviously Pooja is here. Bloomberg has always been supportive in some good practices. We are also doing some other activities with Bloomberg Philanthropy, but that's how the likes of good activities, good things come together to make a positive and a very, very noble impact. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir. You have given us much to deliberate upon. I would now like to invite Dr. Arunabha Ghosh to host the much anticipated fireside chat on policy priorities for creating a circular solar industry.
Mr. Jagdale, firstly, many thanks. As you leave, my sincere thanks. But I have a bone to pick with you. You know, 2 weeks before we start our annual appraisals, you should not say it's a perfect report. It puts me in a very difficult spot when it comes to increments. So, in CEEW, we always say needs improvement. Thank you. Let me invite our panelists, Dr. Kuldeep Rana, Scientist C from MNRE. Please, Mr. Rana. Mr. Satyendra Kumar, thank you for your special address. Looking forward to picking up on some of the themes that you addressed in your address. The second Ghosh on the panel, but the first Ghosh in renewables, I would say. Sujoy, please come. Thank you. And has Mr. Verma arrived? Yes. Hi, Rajat. Please come from Loham. Good to see you. Please come. We are running exactly on time, which is a good sign. And already both the special addresses from Mr. Satyendra Kumar and from Mr. Jagdale have highlighted the leadership that India is showing, the discussions that began way back in 2016 in MOEFCC, in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and then how at MNRE there is now a dedicated focus, in fact, under Dr. Rana, this focus on the circular economy of solar. So all this is good science. Then the big question for all the panelists, what I want to kick off with, is how do you see the global narrative on circularity shaping up? Is it just pockets of regulatory change that's happening, or is this something serious? Is it just stuff that is talked about in conferences, or is there a serious move towards this? Maybe I'll start with our two government representatives. Why is India so keen on this aspect? And then I'll come to our industry representatives. Dr. Rana, first you.
Yeah, so thank you for inviting us for here. So first I would like to add that circular economy, as our Prime Minister clearly told, that it is in our Indianness actually, is that we are lover of nature and we are lover of environment. So it's as per your question, so I would like to say that it's not in the pockets. So there is a vision on the top level, and then what we will, as our Joint Secretaries has mentioned, that we'll be going with the larger concept with the circular economy, not only with the solar. So what we may plan for, we are thinking of the complete RE sectors. So RE sector will involve, for example, solar, and then wind, and then battery storage. Because the battery storage has more critical minerals as compared to the solars. But right now, we have to decide on what is the quantum of the waste, quantum of the coming from the battery storage as well. So as per the solar thing, so for example, in European Union, they have also made this mandatories, I think more than 80%. They have mandated what is the waste is coming from electrical and electronics industry. It should be the recycle. So these are the worldwide, and even in our G20, you already have mentioned that we have the plan to make that resource recovery group. And yeah, so this is from the government side. So and then what we may think of to make go for the larger policy measure, which will include all these but most important, what I feel is the reuse and recycles. So as compared to others so we'll focus on reuse and recycles. of the all components. For example, wind is magnet, batteries, storage, mostly lithium-ion batteries, where the lithium and the cobalt and nickel and manganese are important. And in fuel cell, we have the platinum is one of the very critical minerals. So we'll be focusing all the RE sectors. So that is the thing from our side.
In fact, that's a good segue to you, Mr. Kumar, because in your special address, you said it's not just about the security of minerals and materials, but also the new businesses and the new business models that emerge. And in fact, a lot of your address rested on how do we take things that are proven in the lab into commercial scale and the economics of it. In fact, you know, this is a 3-part movie. You're just watching the first part. Soon we will have the second report in the series, which will look at the economics. So this is the sizing of the story. Next will be the economics, and the third will be the business models for aggregating and managing the waste. So watch out for all 3 parts of the movie. But back to you. How do you see this playing out in terms of what kind of policy signals are being given to create the incentives to look at business models at scale?
In fact, I'd first take up your first question, which you started with, and then the second question you just. In fact, when we talk about the narrative of circular economy gaining momentum, is it the case, that was your question if I have understood it, that is it a piecemeal approach, or it's something that has come in vogue, countries are acting on it? It's circular economy has emerged, I'll say that one of the most practical tools to address any of the environmental issues. When we talk about circular economy, so in any of the discussions, whether with climate change or biodiversity loss or pollution, the underlying narrative is that how we can address any of these 3 principal environmental issues, and there are other environmental issues also, but the tool that is emerging is circular economy. And we need to understand that when we talk about circular economy, what does it exactly mean? It exactly means is we are getting into making of a product, and we have to optimally use the product for its maximum life, optimum life, and once we discard it, all the economic value must be derived out of it to make it circular. And also when we are using it, or when we are deriving out the economic value after its productive life, it should not leave any adverse environmental footprint. So in turn, what we are doing, not only in this particular sector, the renewable energy or the solar energy sector, wherever we are adopting circularity principles, circular economy approaches, we are ensuring that there is a lesser requirement of virgin resources. By maximizing the use of the resources already put to use, and only to the extent that we cannot generate resources out of the current resources in circulation in the products, we will only, that delta has to be looked at from the virgin point of view. And when we customize or adapt to this approach, what we are in turn finding is that we are addressing all those GHG emissions or biodiversity conservation, because most of the extraction happens in all those areas. And thirdly, what we are achieving also is a kind of security of the resources. This is one part. Now coming to one very important aspect when we talk about how it is gaining momentum and whether it has got some definite significance for India. The answer is that it is going to be of tremendous use for a country like India. And we need to understand why I say this and why we should understand this, because we have got a huge quantum of product use because of our 1.4 billion population. Even if the per capita consumption of the resources or product may be less, but the whole quantum of the product use is quite high. And the moment we are going to tap in that, our own products, which becomes waste. So what we are doing is that we are generating what we say, the secondary mining centers for those materials. So it is a huge opportunity for India. Secondly, what happens that for a country like India, which has got such a huge informal sector, formal sector, huge population, it'll create a parallel economic pursuit, not only within the country, but for outside secondary materials. And when I say the outside secondary material, I say it with a caveat. We are not going to bring in those materials which are not going to give us those critical material out of recycling. So it is going to in turn, so we should think about bringing in those products which have got critical material, use our own waste where we have the critical material embedded, and create such a sound ecosystem or ecosystems in respect of various products which is going to give us resource security, resilient supply chain, and a material security. So in turn, this has got all the practical value. Thank you.
This is very interesting. The drivers from the Indian side recognizing the scale that India has and what your signals can, how your signals can move the market. So let's come to the market participants. Let's start with you, Shujoy. You heard how India is thinking about it, but of course First Solar operates in multiple geographies. How are you seeing this play out, and where does India's regulatory evolution and policy signal stand in comparison to others? You know, is it border tariffs in the EU or subsidies in the US? What might be driving circularity elsewhere, and how does India shape up next to that?
So thanks, Dr. Ghosh, for having us. Before I start, I just want to lay it out that we are one of the founding members of the Resource Economy and Circular, Resource Efficiency and Circular Economy Coalition, perhaps the only solar panel manufacturer in that list. So we are very, delighted to see CEEW's focus on this important topic. Coming to solar industry, I think one unique aspect of our industry is 90% of the value chain is consolidated in China. And so when you look at policies and regulations on a global scale, do you include China in that, or do you don't include China? Because what happens within China is very opaque in terms of how are they dealing with their own waste, right? But having said that, and we don't know what policies are there and how they are being enforced and implemented. Having said that, if you look at Europe's been the leader in terms of framing policies and regulations around solar waste with the WEEE directive, which has been perhaps the only successful implementation of a waste policy around solar photovoltaics. But then the same European companies who comply to those regulations in Europe, when they are building projects in India, they look the other way, right? And so I think I echo what Dr. Kumar said, is that when we look at this topic, we got to look intrinsically and look at, is it solving a problem for India, rather than what does the Americans do and what do the Europeans do, right? Because they are not walking their talk when it comes to what they do at home versus what they do internationally, right? And this is based on our experience of dealing with the same companies, building renewable assets in multiple geographies, right? Be as that may, I think in the US, we see a very clear trend of corporate renewable procurement happening. And that's being led by a lot of the tech companies. And so there's voluntary, requirements coming in from in their procurement, where they're looking at secondary and tertiary part of the supply chain. So obviously, decarbonizing the electricity is a given, but now they're looking at how green the solar is or how green the wind is, and so looking at the carbon footprint, the recyclability aspects of it. Europe has certain countries like France, where we see specific carbon targets in the secondary value chain of, let's say, a solar plant, where there's an attribute around how much input carbon you would need to transport the module from its place of manufacturer to the place of installation, and how much input carbon went into manufacturing of the module, right? And that forms a part of the PPA or the solicitation for the capacity, where as a developer you got to declare based on inputs you collect in terms of the overall power plant, and that drives a certain behavior, right? But we see that only in France. This is beyond just the recycling part of it, right? I'm looking at, as you look at your circular economy piece, beyond the context of waste. But that's specifically limited to France. And the genesis of that regulation was really France's domestic ambitions to create a solar manufacturing industry, where they thought that introducing a carbon criteria would drive people to start making modules in France. This happened way back in 2012-13, but after that, given the overcapacity in China, all of that policy became really ineffective, to say the least. So I think broadly what we see trends is really corporate procurement of renewables, where there are large multinational companies, the tech companies, or even the large industrials, mining companies to begin with, oil and gas, and these companies who are now trying to decarbonize their manufacturing operations are bringing in standards in their procurement, which is driving companies like us to adapt to concepts like EPAT, eco-labeling of our products, which is a well-established norm where you kind of have attributes around your supply chain in terms of labor, carbon, and the circularity of the product. So I'd say it's being primarily led by corporates.
So before I come to Mr. Verma, can you give us a sense, in the US at least, what is that size of the corporate procurement? Because you're narrating two different drivers. One is a policy regulatory driver, a push, and the other is the corporate pull, right? So what is the size of that potential market?
Well, it's growing very fast right now, Dr. Ghosh. I think right now, if you look at US, about 30%. 30%? Yeah.
So 30% of all deployment that's happening is coming on the back of, say, tech companies like Amazon, et cetera, wanting...
Combination of on-site,
right,
which means, large rooftops, or it is off-site where you're wheeling the energy through the grid.
They are then putting in those standards or requirements of what kind of footprint they would like in the...
Absolutely. And the recyclability.
And do you see that as in future, maybe not now, as an additional driver to what Mr. Kumar has been highlighting?
Absolutely.
In India?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, Mr. Verma, let's turn from solar to batteries. Loham is a leader in the market, I would say even a pioneer in the market in looking at recycling and avoiding the virgin mining. So what are the drivers you are seeing that is helping you, be bullish about your own business?
Sure. And maybe I'll first sort of touch a little bit upon what Mr. Kumar said. When we are looking at circularity globally, I think clearly there's a sustainability. I mean, it is a tool for sure. And the tool has multiple different elements associated with it. There is a sustainability component to it. There is a job creation component to it. And there's certainly the geopolitical component associated with it, right? And that is what is driving circularity at a global level. But then when we look at different geographies, we are clearly seeing different ways of thinking about this. When I look at the US market versus the European market versus the Chinese market, and what we have done in the Indian market, there's certainly a sort of different parameters on which we are executing. The American market seems to be a very incentive-driven market, where the Inflation Reduction Act came into existence a couple of years back, and that is generating a lot of incentives for people who are in the business of circularity. The Chinese market is a very regulatory-driven market, notwithstanding what Mr. Ghosh said. China does have some of the most advanced regulations in battery recycling, but unlike rest of the world, what China seems to be really trying to do very hard is how to ensure the recycling industry does not again get a bad name. How do you actually have strict standards on how you recycle? That is what China seems to be pursuing very aggressively. The European market, on the contrary, I think probably has put out a framework which is maybe the most comprehensive framework anywhere in the world, where it consists of regulatory approaches, consists of ease of financing through TCTF and the EU Innovation Fund, consists of skilling, which we have not talked about in any other part of the world so significantly, particularly with the net zero academies that they're talking about, And then also consists of, particularly in the context of critical materials, it consists of partnerships with the help of FTAs with other countries to ensure you're doing responsible sourcing for critical materials from other parts of the world. India, now of course, we operate a little bit in every part of the world except for China. In India, at this stage, we're seeing a little bit of good elements that have been picked from regulations globally. We certainly have, I would say, some of the most comprehensive regulations that have been put out there by the MOEF and CPCB in terms of the battery waste management rules. But we also are seeing some elements of incentives coming into the picture, right? Particularly through MITI, we've got a spec scheme. Every state has its own CapEx subsidy schemes. We've got the PLI scheme, which is forcing localization, which inherently benefits recycling. We've got the battery waste management rules, which is saying that so much of the content of your battery has to be recycled content. So a little bit of everything is coming together, but I do believe there's more to learn from other parts of the world to ensure we can probably do the best justice to India when we look at circularity from an element of geopolitics, job creation, as well as sustainability.
I'll come to that jobs issue later. I have two sets of questions now. Again, one to you and Mr. Ghosh, and the other to Mr. Kumar and Dr. Rana. So if I go in reverse order, the question I have for you is, a lot of this, when we think about circularity, somehow we end up just on the recycling part. You know, a lot of the players come in there. You know, but circularity is a lot more than that, right? There's 9 R's. There's reuse, there's recycle, there's reduce, etc. So, is the business model only, going back to what Mr. Kumar was saying earlier, is the business model currently only viable on the recycling, or is there an emerging business model at scale, which is also about reusing, of repurposing, of maybe even reducing? So give us a sense of whether it's in batteries or in panels, how do you get to a much more circular approach towards circular economy?
Sure, and we are obviously practitioners of many of those R's that you talk about in the 9 R's, and we like to talk ourselves at Loham as an integrated repurposing and recycling company. So we see both elements of the business model playing out. Now, when I look at the 9 R's, I can broadly sort of fit them into 3 categories. You know, you've got the R's around reduction, you've got the R's around repairing and reusing, and you've got the R's around recovery, right? In India, we are certainly seeing a very strong narrative on the latter 2, around reusing and around recovery. I think we see a lot of that conversation around reduction of waste or rethinking of design to ensure that waste does not become a very inherent part of the second life, third life, fourth life of the product, is still in very early days. We are seeing, and in fact, it's still in very early days in every part of the world. I don't think anyone is thinking about design, particularly when I think of from a battery perspective, how can design be inherently inherently favorable to reuse, remanufacturing, repairing, refurbishing, whatever be the R. But the other 2 R's have clearly evolved in India, you know, particularly in my industry, in the battery industry. In fact, I think if you go to any OEM today, they're not asking us about recovery of lithium, cobalt, and nickel. They're asking us about the reuse cases that we can create for them. That is something that we are seeing everywhere.
Shujan?
Yeah, so in the photovoltaic world, I think refurbishment is not an ideal solution. Actually, it's should be discouraged because you dealing with inherent safety issues, certification issues, and in financing of a project which is using refurbished modules, right? Also, just given the technology movement in panels, refurbishing a module which is, let's say, 10% efficient doesn't make any sense, right? And for the other 2, which is basically your reuse, yes, there is the whole aspect of, let's say, recycling your waste is essentially to look at how do you reuse some of the components. But bear in mind, 70–80% of solar modules is glass. And so when you think about then the economics, the bulk of your component is glass, which definitely has an end use, right, as opposed to landfilling it. but may not be used to make a new module, right? Yes, that recycled glass can be fed in as a top-up into your float lines, and you kind of make your new glass a bit more efficient, right? But there is no direct correlation between recycling of the module and then reusing some of that material. Yes, there's an environmental impact as opposed to landfilling. The other components of the module are so small inherently, which is what I think the report brought out, that you need economies of scale. And then I think also you need a price target because it's a regulation. The reason why WEEE has worked well is because they regulated a fee for recycling. And then the other aspect is, given that the obligation lasts a lot longer than the lifetime of the company perhaps, that regulatory mechanism in solar is very, very important, and which is what I think we would request MOEFCs to look at to give prospective targets as opposed to waiting for the waste to pick up before giving the targets, because it's important for people to understand as they bid into a project as to what happens 25 years down the line.
So this is then exactly related to the question I wanted to pose to both Dr. Rana and Mr. Kumar, because the challenge for policymakers is how do you accelerate the present while keeping in mind the future, right? And I'm assuming that the push you're making on greater circularity, on higher standards, etc., might also be coming with a little bit of pushback on the, well, this is raising the cost, our priority is right now rapidly deploy, but that is still the biggest problem to solve. So how are you thinking about this? Help us understand the thinking around how do we deal with this greenium, the green premium that has to be paid even for green technologies when we raise the standard, say, by pushing for circularity. And how do the state governments align with what signals, the policy signals that the central government is giving? So maybe Mr. Kumar first, and then Dr. Rana.
Thank you. In fact, when we talk about circularity or circular economy in any of the product categories or the waste streams out of those product categories, there is a general understanding that it has to come with a cost. There would be some added cost to it. If you want to close the loop, which was not closed till today, whatever be the product, so you need to think about how that product is going to get collected, how that collected product is going to get transported, and if it reaches to any recycler or refurbisher, it would need all those things, all those technologies to carry on the businesses. And not only to carry on the businesses, as highlighted also that business, as China is also focusing on, how to carry out those recycling, refurbishing businesses in an environment-friendly manner. And there the cost further builds up. So in that case, if we really want to get into this, building a very healthy ecosystem in respect of circular economy, irrespective of the waste streams, there would definitely is going to be a cost that is going to be built in if we talk about it. Now, very important aspect that India has undertaken very often during the last 3 years, Indian government of India has come up with a lot of waste management rules where it promotes circularity by way of extended producer responsibility. And I'm happy to share this fact that the model that India has adopted is a unique model nowhere adopted in the world. That is a market-based extended producer responsibility. Extended producer responsibility per se is understood just as a matter of jargon, that some responsibility which is being given to the producer which is extended beyond its productive life, that is extended producer responsibility. But what is so unique about Indian approach is that it is now market driven. And I'll take this opportunity to talk about that thing for all the participants, because I did not hear that thing out from any of the stakeholders so far. And I thought that I must take this opportunity to inform all of you. And that when we talk about market-based EPR, and that is the answer lies to your fundamental question that what if the cost goes up? And then when we say market-based EPR, it means the cost build up. There are two types of product categories. I'll start with the basic. One where we would be needing a viability gap funding, just like the plastic packaging waste, where no one is interested in going to collect it and recycle it. Particularly the flexible packaging, and there we need to get into that how the recycler is to be motivated to recycle it. So then the extended producer responsibility comes, says that the producer who has put in that product will pay you if you recycle it for procuring that certificate against its obligation of say 100 tons or 1,000 tons. So that payment will generate the revenue. That's what I said, that will create the business models, it will create jobs. And there is a second category of waste, like the batteries, and there I just want to highlight it in detail. And that is where all the global models will get incorporated in Indian model. And in batteries or electronic waste, or for that matter, this PV module, the aspect is, there is, or when we talk about the newspapers and all those things, there are waste where we have an economic value embedded in it, out of the materials that form part of that waste. If I say lead acid battery, for that matter, any battery, it has got a huge value. Even in case of the lithium-ion batteries, we may not have the right recycling capacities enough in the country, but there is a huge demand, and that is one of the few ways that India exports to other country. The black mass of the that we generate out of the batteries of the lithium-ion. We don't have the recycling capacity. What I mean to say that there is a second category of waste where there is an economic value in it. And then when we bring in the market-based EPR, what purpose does it serve is that it is going to create a healthy or environmentally sound ecosystem for that waste recycling. One, and second, because it has economic value, there are recyclers who are not deriving optimum economic value out of it. So in order to bring in these two aspects in those waste categories where we have economic value, the EPR comes in. Now, when it is market driven, just like the batteries, lead acid or lithium ion, then the recycler will be putting in that plant, and he will not be able to generate the EPR certificates for the producers who have to meet their EPR obligation unless they are scrupulous in their environmental processing of the waste or recycling. And this is how the safeguard is built. And this entire safeguard is through SPCBs and CPCB. They will not, no unscrupulous certificate would be generated, because it is linked with the invoice of the byproduct, that is the material that you generate, and if you upload the invoice, then only the certificates would be generated, and then only a producer will be able to get it. So what I mean to say, if I have been able to just, it's a very huge and deep and wide thing involving multiple stakeholders. In a nutshell, the market-based EPR is going to develop a healthy ecosystem, if I talk about in the batteries for the matter in discussion in this forum. So these are some of the things, and if I have missed out, so you can again. So I just wanted to highlight that it's like.
I think you've given a very comprehensive approach towards how different categories of waste are being dealt with. And but if I could then come to the specific category of the solar waste, Dr. Rana, Mr. Jagdale just said, 50 gigawatts being tendered this financial year, and hopefully in the next 4 financial years as well. I just came back from Rajasthan last night. A huge deployment happening there. In any case, So how are you hearing this from the state government side? Do they see this as another driver or an obstacle or a deterrent to rapid scale up?
Yeah, so if we talk about the central government and then the state government. So state government, right now, because there is a vision, but we have to float a policy so that we will have the state nodal agencies, so they will be given some responsibility for the collection and all these things. So because for example, RE rich states, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, Gujarat, so they can be one of the leaders. And then we can, what we are doing, we are planning to have some stakeholder meetings with them, all the states, and then we can make a policy. We can take a policy decision. And but going back to again this, what your first question was, the repurpose or recycle. Because again, I will go to the context of the battery storage. So as we know that there are a lot of penetration of EV in the markets, and after the 8-9 years, 100,000 batteries are going to retire from them. But still, we can have some policy, like what we can do is that, for example, some batteries are retiring from the EV, and then still they are very good in conditions, good conditions. So those can be used for the stationary application with integration with the RE. And for that, what we can have some policy, like at least like we can have like some this much of percentage. We can make this much of percentage batteries coming, or repurposed batteries should be used at the generating side or the BESCOM or any other places. And the second thing, I think Mr. Burma will say that I would like to just know that, because economics, this is for the repurpose. Oh, okay, before going to recycling, but repurpose, what we are doing is, we need some regulation actually, and standardization. So standardization at least because those batteries which are coming out from the batteries pack, so maybe there are thousands of batteries. So we have to sorting them, and then we have to repurpose and refurbish that. So for that, we have to have some proper standards. And we are in touch with the Bureau of Indian Standards for the regulation one, but at the second standard, at least for the batteries. Similar, we can go for the solar as well, right? And then, for recycling, so I would just like how economically it will be viable, because if we recycle materials from the batteries or the solar cell, and how we can compare it with the virgin materials, the cost. So that's why the economical viability need to be studied. So I think, again, with the CEEW, will do such studies as well. Yes. So these are the regulatory standards, and then lab testings must be required. Because I have some hands-on experience of doing all this certification with the second life batteries and recycler. So that's why we push it up, and then I think BIS is coming up with these standards.
And I think going back to what I said in my welcome address about, at least a degree of harmonization of the standards. So the sooner India comes out with its own, then we can, there's a leadership position we can take, and then see we are not just reacting to, but helping to set the global standards.
I just would like to, today only some meetings is there to, they are making some standard for the second life batteries.
Right.
Least, yeah.
Wonderful. We have exactly 4 minutes left, and we've...
add on a very regulatory aspect, which is again not there. And because that, when we talk about the battery waste management rules, it already talks about refurbishing. So after the first life of any electric vehicle batteries, any producer can go in for the refurbishment. So the regulatory enablement is there. That is one point I want to say. So one can go for refurbishment. For solar photovoltaics, whether it is possible or not, one may look into it that refurbishment is a possible option or not. And regarding the targets, prospective targets, so there is already a committee under the waste management rules of e-waste, and there this matter could be taken up. Thank you.
Let me take a couple of questions from the floor. Especially, I would welcome if there are startups or companies looking at this space to see if there is some question that they want to highlight. You raised your hand. Could we have a microphone passed there, please? And very brief, because I want to capture as many questions as possible. Back there, back there, back there, back there. No, but it's being recorded, so watch what you say.
So hi, I'm Rishabh. I'm from MEC, MEC Plus. So my question specifically for Mr. Ghosh, because we talked about 2-3 elements today. We talked about the technology and business cases. We talked about the policy POV, which I feel is fair, that the 2030 should be a short-term goal with a longer vision in mind. But one thing that was kind of on my mind was that, the player landscape of it, that we have multiple manufacturers. Okay, so as of today, we have more than 70 module manufacturers in the ALMM. We have upcoming solar cell manufacturers, and when we start putting up these regulations, and the overarching idea is that India has a self-reliant solar supply chain. And when we bring in the circular economy question into that, what I wanted to understand was, how do you feel it would impact that long list of 70 to 80, or a longer list of solar module manufacturers?
Okay. Let's take a couple more questions. Was there a hand? There was a hand up front. There's one at the back. I would very much welcome
Hi.
if there are women in the room who would like to. A lot of the analysis has been done by women in the room. I would like to hear your voices as well. Please go ahead.
Hi, Namba. Manish Panchal from Equurus and on board of several companies, ex-Tatas, Chairman's office. Question to Rajat, your experience on challenges faced if you have done recycling of solars. What are the challenges you faced?
All right. Is there a third question? That gentleman at the back had raised his hand first, right at the back. Yes. So could you raise your hand, please? Yes. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Good morning, all. Very insightful discussions. And I am a GHG lead auditor working in a startup company. I want to know any approved methodology is there for to quantify, measure, validate, and verify the things, waste from solar panels or batteries or entire ecosystem, so that we can link with the ton of CO2 equivalent.
All right.
And like that.
All right. And last question here. There was a question here. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Hi, Shobhit this side from Tata Capital Cleantech Finance Vertical. So my question is basically to Mr. Ghosh and Mr. Verma, if you can throw some light on the cost of recovery, like whatever is the cost of recovery from it, and how much you can realize from it. If you can give us some light from the international experiences. We know that India does not have that much of capacity, but from US and from Europe, how much is that? Thank you.
He's basically asking what's your profit margin so they can invest. We've got four questions. Yeah, maybe Shujo, you can answer first on the supply chain question that.
Yeah, so I think I'll answer both the questions together, starting with profit margin. So solar manufacturing, if you read the IEA report, anything downwards of cell, a 15-year view is that nobody has made money. So if the manufacturer is not making money, how are you going to enforce EPR regulations if the company is non-existent by the time the module reaches end of life? Larger question is actually, it's not those 85 manufacturers who are responsible for EPR. 50-60% of our panels in the country, and maybe if you go back 2 years ago, 90% of the modules were imported. So the people who are importing the modules actually don't even know they have an obligation. And the asset business is where you recycle equity every 2, 3, 5 years. So the person who's imported has actually sold off the asset to somebody else. And in the acquisition process, EPR doesn't figure in right now. So we're dealing with a problem where there's a regulation in place, but very little awareness of that with the people who are supposed to have the regulation. And then I'm not sure how enforcement will happen where somebody, 15 years down the line turns on your door and says you're in violation of this. Which is why reiterating the request for prospective targets to be in place right now. As the 50 gigawatts get bid out, none of those people are factoring in any end-of-life decommissioning cost on the solar plant. Yeah. The second question was around the cost of recycling. So I'll give you the number. In Europe, the current regulated cost, less of the logistics, is about 1.63 euros per panel. So on every module, take 500 30 watt peak module. It's about 1.63 euros. So you translate that into Indian rupees, it's about 1 rupee, some change a watt peak. And your price on the market for a new module is about 20 rupees. So that will give you an idea of the regulated fee. But bear in mind the recycling cost is actually only 30–40% of the overall cost of waste management. The bulk of the cost is actually the logistics and transportation cost. And in Europe, what they have is they've got centers geographically distributed where you can, whoever is generating the waste goes and gives it. And then you've got certified recyclers who are, by the way, there are standards which exist on how high value recycling is defined. Sure. Under, DNV or UL, there are international standards, which, going back to the harmonization question, can be adopted. But yes, there are numbers out there which are there in public domain.
Rajat, very quickly, I think on the last question, and then I'll come back to you.
Again, we'll try to combine both the questions asked on challenges and cost. So inherently, battery is a very different industry from, let's say, solar panels. If you look at what we are projecting for the Indian battery industry by 2030, we are talking about almost $2 to $2.5 billion of recovery of materials from battery waste. Compare that with solar panel, and when I do a quick glance at the numbers here, and if I look at silver, silica, and copper, they collectively probably don't even amount to more than $60 million. So these are two very different scales of industries we are talking about, which necessarily has a significant influence on the challenge that the two industries will face. In particular, in any recycling industry, your two core challenges are capital and collection. Capital can be justified if the size of the industry is very large, which is the case with the battery industry. Collection remains a big problem in any industry because, end of the day, you have to fill out your capacity. So if I may just tell you, at Loham, we actually have capacity to recycle 4 gigawatt hours of batteries end to end, which is more than the waste that India is generating. So India has absolutely no reason to send out its waste to other countries. There is enough refining capacity that we've set in the country. So those are my sort of 2 quick points.
So if I could conclude this with your responses, Mr. Kumar and Dr. Rana, on that methodological point that came up. Like, is there a way to also start converting this into a CO2 equivalent of savings, etc., which then, and if, as Rajat is saying, if India were importing a non-trivial share of the world's solar and battery waste, and then recycling, repurposing, reusing it here, is there any thinking evolving? How do we then convert it into CO2 savings, that India's contribution to the rest of the world in terms of the carbon fight?
In fact, if I have understood it correctly, that's the first thing, because the question that has been put in by a gentleman and reworded by you is if whether we should be getting into the embedded carbon footprint of whatever we do here to understand it better, the aspects. Indeed, this question is not specific to this waste stream. That's why I just wanted to understand this question. So when we talk about the penetration of the electric vehicles also in the country, so we talk about that whether the footprint, the carbon footprint is positive or negative. So if I have understood, if that is the question.
It was more about, if Indian industry is recycling and repurposing and reusing, and we are creating a whole parallel economy on this, it is avoiding virgin mining somewhere. It is avoiding additional carbon footprint for making more clean tech products and reducing landfilling, etc. So that has potentially a CO2 equivalent number. And is there some thinking evolving within the ministry about how this might then be projected as part of India's climate action?
That is exactly the same thing that I took the example from. So it is not that there is a thinking of linking it with that avoided carbon footprint. But definitely, there is a general sense that when we go for the recycling, it is of of any of the waste product here, the PV modules or the batteries, it is going to have a lesser footprint than if you had have gone first. So that could be an exercise that could be undertaken by any academic institution to see into that what is that. The moment one gets into, I'll take back to my initial intervention, the moment when we talk about to bring in circularity, it is based on the premise that it is going to help us address the principal environmental challenges of climate change. And the moment I say climate change is getting addressed, so it means that it has got. The second question then comes is that do we get into the objectivity of it and that how much of it is monetize it or not. So that's one aspect which would could be deliberated once there is a detailed information. So everywhere, and to sum it up, wherever we want to have a thinking on a particular aspect or particular way of looking at the things, first and foremost thing is that how the data says, how objective it is. So the answer lies in itself. So do we have that evidence to support our thinking and approach on which we want to work on? But nevertheless, even without that approach, it has got a huge economic environmental sense across the waste streams, for that matter, for battery waste also, and for that the PV modules also. Sure. And definitely there has to be a prospective target also, and that could be, as I said, that could be deliberated in the steering committee. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so very specific, is there any methodology? Yes, recently I was just reading the Volvo reports, and because when we say the carbon footprints, so we have to start all the data from minings to final use, right? And then, for example, in batteries cases, even if you take the NMC case or LFP case, so it says that LFP has 16% less carbon footprint as compared to NMC. So yeah, there is methodologies, but at the government level, I mean that that should become how we buy and sell the carbon credits. I think it's not the question, right? It is only how, what is the methodology.
It's more about that was an added complication I threw into the mix.
Yeah, so there are the methodology they have already studied. So it is very good report, everybody should read. I think that it is from Volvo actually.
Rajat, you had a number to throw out to the audience?
Yes, very quickly. Methodologies do exist, but nothing has been ratified by UNFCCC, which ultimately will allow you to issue carbon credits. The number right now for recycling is roughly 50 kilogram carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour of battery recycled. That's the saving that we are doing. Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. So sorry for taking those 4 very enriching questions and complicating them further, but I've extended this panel by 10 minutes because I wanted the in-depth answers, and thank you very much to all 4 of you for very engaging discussion, Dr. Rana, Mr. Kumar, Mr. Ghosh, and Mr. Verma. There are 9 hours in the circularity, but there's a 10th hour for a culture that believes in reincarnation. I think the reincarnated forms of the materials we are producing will be very important for our movement towards sustainability. So thank you for your leadership, your vision, your action, and please join me in thanking the panel here.
Thank you, Arunabha, and the esteemed panel members for that inspiring conversation and highlighting how circular economy is a key tool for solving environmental challenges, highlighting international trends and patterns around solar circular economy and requirement of relevant standards. I would now like to invite Mr. Ajinkya Kale, Research Analyst, CEEW, to present his insights on economics of solar module recycling in India.
Thanks, Aishwarya. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ajinkya Kale, and I'm a researcher at the Council. First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers previously for their enriching and very engaging session. Just continuing from that discussion, I would like to present a few slides on the economics of solar PV recycling in India. I guess pockets of these things have already been, talked about in our previous discussions. The presentation will draw your attention to setting priorities for recycling technologies that are in development, as well as market strategies required to make recycling profitable. The demand for virgin minerals is on an upward trajectory due to a global rush to deploy solar capacity. As the graph on the top right of the slide shows, the demand for silicon and copper in the manufacturing of new cells and modules is set to increase by 71% and 147% respectively between 2022 and 2050. These minerals have been identified critical by the Ministry of Mines last year. Along with this rising demand of critical materials, geographically skewed supply chains also pose a major threat to the pursuit of accelerated growth of solar technologies. A previous study suggests that around 80% of the supply chain is concentrated only in a few countries, as mentioned on the slide. Hence, India must have a self-reliant and material-independent economy. A circular economy can help us achieve it. The study we launched today estimates that India's installed capacity will generate about 340 kilotons of waste by 2030. These discarded modules contain around 10 kilotons of silicon, 2 kilotons of copper, 12 to 18 tons of silver that can be recovered by efficient recycling. An IEA study suggests that module recycling can meet more than 60% of the silver demand by 2050. So what should we do? In order to recover all these materials, we need to look at the available recycling technologies at disposal. Recycling of solar modules mainly consists of 3 stages: disassembly, delamination, and recovery of materials. These stages recover different sets of materials and mainly involve mechanical, thermal, and chemical processes. In this presentation, we look at 2 pathways comprising these processes for solar module recycling. Pathway 1, mechanical recycling, which involves processes that are all mechanical in nature, basically. Pathway 2, a mechanical plus chemical recycling, already touched upon by Sri Dinesh Dagdale previously, the FREL process, full recovery of end-of-life photovoltaic. This pathway includes both mechanical and chemical processes to recover materials. Both these pathways have certain differences. Notably, silver cannot be recovered using mechanical processing, as in the case of pathway 2. The recovery rates are also different for certain materials such as glass. Pathway 1, for that matter, can recover ferrosilicon, relatively less pure than metallurgical grade silicon recovered by pathway 2. Now let us take a look at the economics of solar module recycling for both these pathways to identify opportunities for cost reduction as well as revenue generation. The economic assessment is divided into 3 parts. First, the non-recurring costs or the initial investment, which basically includes your land, construction, machinery, and compliance costs. Second, recurring costs or your OPEX, which includes your module procurement, collection, processing, and your disposal costs. And finally, third, the revenue generated due to the sale of recovered materials like aluminum, glass, copper, silver, and silicon. With this approach, let's take a look at results of the assessment. As the first graph shows on your slide over here, mechanical recycling with its current efficiency is financially unviable. On the other hand, the FREL process with its proven small-scale efficiency leads to a net gain for the recycler. The numbers over there are in INR per watt. Module procurement cost has the highest share of all these recurring costs. We can also see that the processing cost is higher for pathway 2 due to the use of chemicals in it. Now, these results are bound to change with improved rates and improved purity of recovered materials. It is important to note that these improvements will come at an added cost of process innovations. However, the enhancements in revenue could potentially offset this cost. Similarly, a change in module technology can lead to a change in its material composition that will strongly influence the revenue. It therefore becomes a necessity to identify key priorities for the next phase in the evolution of these recycling technologies to create an efficient solar PV recycling ecosystem in the country. Policymakers must incentivize high-value recycling that leads to high recovery rates with improved purity. These technologies should be scalable and financially viable in the current market scenario. Recyclers should identify off-takers for their recovered materials. This will help in creating new value chains for diverse industries, including solar. Finally, it will also provide an opportunity to develop new business models that can help in cost reduction and maximization of revenues. To make all this possible, collaboration between industry, academia, and policymakers is a must to achieve a balanced ecosystem. I believe our next panel shall shed more light on how we can achieve this balanced ecosystem in our country that is both efficient and sustainable in the long run. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ajinkya, for a very detailed and informative presentation. The findings that you just saw will be soon published in a report by us on economics of solar module recycling in India. I'll take this opportunity to remind you all about the poster presentations on my left. You may please browse through them when you get a chance. I'd like to invite Mr. Neeraj Kuldeep, Senior Program Lead, CEEW, to moderate our first session on creating circular solar value chain challenges and opportunities. Neeraj leads the energy transitions vertical at CEEW, and his work spans across solar and wind markets, policy and economic aspects of rooftop solar systems, the socio-economic benefits of renewables, including jobs and skilling in the sector. Neeraj, over to you.
Thank you, Aishwarya. And without any further delay, I would like to call upon all the esteemed panelists, starting with Dr. Kumar to join us on the dais. Dr. Kumar is the Chief Scientist at CSIR National Physical Laboratory, and he has been deeply involved on waste management technologies and have been innovating new module technologies as well. Next, we have Dr. Jile she's an Associate Director at the Maharashtra Institute of Technology, World Peace University. And she has also been fronting efforts on recycling technologies for modules. Next, we again have Mr. Ghosh from First Solar to join us on the panel. And lastly, I would like to also call upon Mr. Samantha from Juniper Green Energies, who has been heading the PV Technologies division and has decades of experience on the evolution of module technologies. Yeah, welcome to the panel. A lot has already been talked about since the morning about the value proposition of recycling, and we also discussed about the various strategies that have been adopted globally and the economics. And last panel also shedded a lot of light on the economics as well as the challenges that are posed there. We will try to avoid the points that have already been covered. In this panel, we will largely focus on the recycling technologies as well as the waste management strategies on the technical front, how they have been adopted, what have been the learnings and challenges that we see, and also the opportunities going forward. So to begin with, maybe I will start with Mr. Samantha to touch upon, because you bring decades of industry experience. You have seen solar modules evolve over these decades. The efficiencies have gone up, the material composition, of course, apart from the key elements, has also varied over the years. And going forward also, we see the innovation happening at a rapid pace. But in this whole journey previously, as you look into the future for next 10, 20 years, what are the anecdotal evidence or scenarios you are seeing emerging towards the 9 Rs that we discussed in the fireside chat and was also highlighted by other speakers? Because it's not just about recycling. Recycling is probably the last, the resort or maybe the low-hanging fruit. But before that comes design for circularity, using more sustainable materials. So if you could shed light on how has been the evolution over these years in the solar module industry when we talk about circularity and think of those 9 Rs. So over to you.
Hello, thank you very much. So I'll talk something about the 4 Rs. One is called reduced, refurbish, recycle, and reuse, right? First of all, on the photovoltaic history, if we see from 1954 onwards, it's 70 years, the kind of the experience, research experience what we have. And basically, we have nurtured mostly on the silicon, right? The reason is that is the second abundant element on the earth. And if we do a kind of the different processes, we had seen that there is no such toxic, the effect during this process. But yes, there are several processes when we do from the wafer to the cell. There are certain chemicals as well as the gases when we treat it, and then we have to have a kind of the further treatment of this kind of either exhaust or the contaminated water, but to have the ROHS compliances. So through this history, if we see that from the low efficiency solar cells and today we're touching upon 24-25% efficiency, or in the other words, per square meter, we are generating 250 watt, per square meter, right? Now, this is about the fixed steel configurations, but there are several methods that you have enhancing the things with the single axis tracker and all. But on the material side, we had seen that apart from the silicon, there are several potential materials. Yes, one is that, cadmium telluride, which is the fossil where Sujoy is pushing, and we are proud to be that in India. That's 3 gigawatt in a kind of a huge capacity has been set up, and globally, they are the second largest non-silicon product, so that is there, right? But yes, there are other materials like gallium arsenide-based materials which are for the, for the space applications. But yes, CIGS is also there. There are several other materials, right? But in the silicon itself, there are different technology. Like when we start, it has a op-spec silicon, not like solar grade silicon we have, right? The semiconductor op-spec silicon, and these silicons were very thick, wafers, and these are all 3 millimeter, 3 centimeter, 3 inch or 4 inch kind of a concept, right? And all are 100 crystal orientations where we have to make a kind of a textured surface and all. But during our journey in the lab as well as in the fab, we had seen there are several batches which were not coming to the desired efficiency. What we do, we used to have a further recycle there in the lab, in a sense like there will be front side, the grid pattern, rear side is the aluminum. So there is a process in the lab that we take out the silicon, we take out the, the silver as well as aluminum, and then we further repost because the thickness was like 450 micron. But today, it is leading somewhere as 140 to 150 micron. Or in the other words, if you look at the 1 kg silicon, right, polysilicon, I'm talking about the polysilicon, which is costing $7 to $8, and where you can produce something like 60 to 65 pieces M10 wafers, right? Okay. So with this journey, what we had in a transitions, like from the P-type, we had seen the aluminum BSF and then PARC, and then going forward right now is the N-type material, but there are several advantages in terms of not only the efficiency, but also long-term degradations. When we produce any kind of product, what do we do actually? We check the reliability. Reliability means is a long-term experience, long-term degradations, like whether it is lasting for 25 years or 30 years. Yes, in the PARC modules, we had seen like at the end of 25 years, we can get with the glass configurations, 87%, 2%, I mean, that power output, we get it. In case of a TOPCon, we get closer to 90%. In case of a HGT, we will be getting 92% power output at the end of 25 years. But this is the present conditions, right? Way forward, where we are going somewhere like single junction solar cell will not work. So what is that? Is it dual junctions? Yes. In fact, silicon is not the only materials. In fact, cadmium telluride is also a materials. What we can do? We can make another peroxide layer on the top of it, and we can create a tandem solar cells. What does it mean? That means my crystalline silicon, either it may be PARC, P-type, or it may be N-type like TOPCon or HGT or MWT or IBC, or maybe cadmium telluride on the top and on the bottom. On the top there will be another materials which is peroxide. There is another crystalline material, but these are all thin film configurations. But there will be kind of either 2-terminal or the 4-terminal, in a sense like we have a negative and the positive terminal that you can take out like in the normal module, or you can have a 4-terminal to have the reduced in terms of their, the power losses, So way forward, what is happening, somewhere we are going closer to 30% in the modules by 2030 in a single, fixed hill configurations, right? With the tandem cells, and then with the single axis trackers, we'll be closing somewhere at 35%, like in the efficiency
Definitely.
side.
So
right?
it's very clear that with increasing module efficiencies, the material consumption is coming down.
Yes.
But these different configurations that you are talking about, can you also shed light on whether these configurations are keeping in mind, let's say, recyclability at the end of the life of the modules? Or even, if we have to try out other approaches, which is, let's say, refurbishing, even though we talked about it might not be, technically feasible, but if there are those considerations as well.
Yes.
then the benefit
So there are
should
two things very important. What is called, in case of a premature life, in a sense, like when you are installing in the power plant, there are a lot of damages in the module. How we handle, number one. Number two, when the maturity, it means after 25 years of the PPA signed, how we handle, So there is a, I don't know, in India it has not come in a law, like dismantling and the repowering, Repowering is there in case of the low efficiency, but how to handle this kind of module? So if you look at the present conditions, like 540 to 550 watt modules, I'm talking about the crystalline silicons, is with the monofacial is 28 kilo and the bifacial is 34 kilos, right, 2 millimeter glass, right? It's very easily that, I had seen the presentations of the Kale, that you can take out the, the aluminum channel mechanically. That means aluminum is also around, 6 to 7% of the weight, right? So what happens now, you have to bring it to the, from the power plant to the next workshop where we can do a kind of a thermal cycling, in a sense like we can take out the glass very easily, right? Okay. So with the present configurations, like glass is almost 74 to 75% in terms of the weight. And if you look in terms of the silicon, it somewhere is around less than a kilo, something like 950 grams of the, the silicon. And then with the present configurations, like with the kind of a, thermal cycling, we can take out the glass from the, the EVA, but this EVA cannot be recycled. With the TOPCon, there is a material called POE, which is also a recyclable. So in a sense, like with the present conditions, in case of the module is damaged, either premature or after matures, we can have a efficient, we can have a material recovery about the 95% on that, But yes, there are different process steps at the lab, but we have to see that at the same time, I'll talk something about the, when we talk about any material which we are producing, how much energy you are giving and how much energy you are taking out. It's not only that, now we are also concerned about not only the energy, the carbon. In a sense, now the new fab is coming where with the solar or the hybrid configurations, in a sense, that less carbon emissions is there. It's not a thermal, the power plant where you are taking the power, but with the renewable energy power, we can see that how you are getting the carbon credit, in futures. So I'll talk maybe in the later stage.
Sure. Thank you. And we'll come to the recovery rates, efficiencies, and those in a bit. But before that, Mr. Ghosh, if you could also shed lights on the life of the modules. Where did this 25-year number came from? And MOFCC considered it to be 15 years, but we just heard from Mr. Samantha that modules at the end of, even at the end of 25 years, they are still operating at 80% of the rated efficiencies and could last for 40 years, right? So, if you could shed light on what is the true life of module that we are looking at, because we should not be looking at recycling as a plausible option if the module could still work for another 10, 15, 20 years. So, yeah.
Yeah, so there is an anomaly between the definition of usable life in the e-waste regulation and MNRE's bidding guidelines. We pointed this out to MNRE, and I think they're going to address this. Clearly, if e-waste says 15 years, then what's going to happen to all the projects? Nobody's going to throw the module out. We've done studies where our modules, the usable life is like 40 years. These are third-party studies which have been done. And today, it's most manufacturers warrant the module in terms of the power output for about 30 years. The question is, the life of the project in India is not determined by the life of the module. It's determined by the connectivity permit which you get from the electricity board or from power grid, and that is 25 years. So what we don't know is once your PPA is terminated at the end of 25 years, will you still have access to the grid based on the permit which was issued to you before 25 years? Interesting topic to debate, but nobody knows the answer. And therefore, I think that's the limiting factor to deciding when the project life ends. The other aspect is, yes, the power output of the module is at that 90%, 92% at the end of 25 years. But solar modules are made of glass. Glass sizes are getting thinner and thinner. 10 years ago, people used to use 3.2 mm thick glass. Today, it's 2 mm. People are going to 1.8 mm. And glass can break. Not because of anything else, but just because somebody throws a stone, or as you clean the modules, there is a, some foreign object which hits. We've seen glass break because of vegetation management. If the growth underneath the panels is not managed properly, or maybe it's managed properly, somebody is using a scythe to just cut the grass, he hits the panel can break. And so I think that goes back to the study which showcased premature failures. And extreme weather events like hail, for example, which could damage the glass if there is a hail impact at a particular angle, and those kind of factors. So really the power output of the module has nothing to do with the usable life of the module. Those two things are mutually exclusive. One should look at recycling simply because you just can't landfill the modules, right? And so to prevent landfilling, the EPR regulation is in place where you mandatorily have to recycle, and it's a reality, right? That will drive this whole discussion around circular economy. Now today, I don't think any of the recycling investments are, forget recycling, even the manufacturing investments are not break even, right? So recycling investments in absence of what's my revenue stream going to look like is a question mark. There are very few players like us who would voluntarily go and do recycling because our investors are guiding us to do that. Because we were talking circular economy and designing products for circularity, by the way, using POE way back in the late 90s when it was not a fashionable word. not because we couldn't use EVA, but because we wanted every element of our panel to be recycled, right? And so design for circularity, it starts there, and then, an effective recycling mechanism. But I think there's a lot of work to be done between just putting an EPR out and then kind of going through the fine print on business models, because in absence of what's the cost of recycling and who pays for it? If you tell those 87 manufacturers in ALLM to pay for the recycling, I'm not sure they're factoring it into their investment models, and the people like Tata Cleantech who are financing those manufacturing investments are not even looking at it right now, right? So nobody thinks about it. That's my whole point. And so I think MOEF and MNRE should come out with prospective targets and put more teeth into that regulation instead of it being a one-liner in a larger e-waste regulation. That's my humble view.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Certainly many actionable items, and we'll deep dive into those also, including if the life of the modules is determined by the PPA life, then why don't we repurpose these modules and instead of recycling them?
But just quick point on that, right? The panels which were installed 10 years ago as part of JNSM Batch 1, they were sold at, let's say, $2 a watt peak, right? Roughly, initial $2 a watt peak, 12 to 13% efficiency, 14% efficiency, polycrystalline modules, right? 260 watt, 250 watt peak in one module. Today, in the same square feet, you are getting 3 times, 2.5 times of the power output, right? So even if that module is usable, it is cheaper to buy a new module, given that the costs of the new panels have come down dramatically. It's cheaper to buy a new module, refurbish your inverters, and get your power output back to a new and clean plant after 10 years, right? So why would you throw money to refurbish an existing module when you can get a new one at a fraction of the cost?
No, not the refurbishing.
Not the earlier PPA price, right, with the present PPA price, right? Okay, the earlier PPA price was 18 rupees or so.
No, so that's where there's an even higher economic incentive for somebody who's getting 18 rupees for the power to get his plant back up with a cheaper and a more efficient product, right? That's my limited point.
No, definitely. And I was
the
not...
regulators are not allowing that, by the way.
Sorry?
The state regulators are not allowing that change. But if in an open world, if you have a higher tariff, you would obviously look at buying a cheaper and more efficient product right now and reusing it as opposed to refurbishing the old modules.
Yeah. No, definitely. And I was not referring to the refurbishing particularly, but maybe second life of modules. And if we could look at those other applications. So modules coming out from these large power plants, can they be used for rooftop solar systems or as part of for solar pumps, right? Where there might still be economic case to adopt these modules by the end consumers. But we'll get into those, sort of nitty-gritties and opportunities in the next panel where we are talking about the market mechanism. But let me, bring the innovators or the top researchers in the country, Dr. Jile and Dr. Kumar, to talk about, we heard about the evolution in the module technologies, and we also heard about, the different material compositions that are out there across different manufacturers. But more importantly, we also just saw on the economics front, right? Mechanical recycling is economically not viable, even though it's, practically possible to take out glass and aluminum, but it's not economically viable. But when you get into more advanced recycling processes or technologies, it does deliver some net benefit. Might not be, still economically attractive for recycling ecosystem to come up, but still it delivers, some net positive economics, and which is where extracting these high value precious metals and minerals from the modules will be of critical importance if we have to look at making recycling viable. So, your insights on where the research on recycling technologies and processes is headed, what kind of recovery rates we are looking at, what kind of purity that we are looking at. So, maybe Dr. Jile, you can start first, and then Dr. Kumar, you also please pitch in.
Hello. Yeah, thanks, Neeraj, and thank you for arranging this CEEW. It's a very much needed platform where we start talking about how to take care of this solar waste. So I'm sure Dr. Kumar will explain on the recovery and recycling part, but we decided to take a completely different approach in this. And as we have heard before, there are different processes available for recovering each and every material from that. Whether it's economically viable, technically possible, sustainable, that's a different issue. But what we started doing is, can be called, I guess, repurpose. So using this waste in a different purpose. And I'll give a little history of how we got to that. So being in academia, we started with research projects, typical projects that undergraduates could take up. And we started mimicking the processes that were out in the literature, like taking a module and separating the glass, separating the EVA, getting the cells and recovering the silver, copper, etc. But two things happened with that. One, when we were working, like everybody else, we started working with either just the reject cells itself or a small module, 10 watt peak module. So it was fairly easy to get to the glass, and it was fairly easy to use the cells to show demonstration of the silver recovery. But the main problem was that when we do on this large scale, we approached all the glass manufacturers. I don't want to name names, but there is, when you work with actually larger panels, the 200 watt peak, or that has been in the field for 25 years, the EVA has that property that it's never going to be completely clean, the glass. So we were rejected by most of the glass manufacturers to recycle any glass that is not their own scrap. So in my opinion, or our opinion or findings, is that this may not be that sustainable as we were hoping that just glass can be used in making glass again, given Indian context I'm talking about. And secondly, we started approaching all the solar manufacturers because they will have the responsibility ultimately to recycle the waste panels, but there was very little traction. But when the word spread that we were working on these waste technologies, we were approached by different recyclers themselves. So e-waste recyclers, metal recyclers, solid waste recyclers, they had gathered up a lot of these waste panels from destructive tests or from field, and they were gathered up and in the hope that they could recover some, of course, aluminum was easy, they could recover some copper from the cables or silver. But after trying the Jugaad methodologies, nothing was working out. So they were approaching us, do you have a process, anything we could do? So we decided as a team to go to these waste recyclers, and that was a shocker. When we actually saw how panels are brought back from the field, they're all thrown all over, it's a laminate, they've tried pulling the aluminum out, so it's crushed glass all over, it's just laminates thrown in a mess. So it was not as pretty as we thought. So we decided, okay, what can we do? Given the infrastructure that the waste recyclers had, they had the crushers, shredders, they had the manpower, they knew how to manually dismantle things. So then we started looking at how could we crush it and use it into something. So then we tried their existing shredders, pulverizers. Of course, the blade would mess up because you have glass, you have the high impact polymers in it, so it's not as easy or simple or straightforward. So we worked on the blades and some part of the machine that could be used for this mechanical crushing and resizing it. Once we got to the resizing part, we were able to segregate it into just main 3 fractions, such that there's a polymer rich, which is very small, and 80% of it, which was a glass rich component, and then the fines, which were less than 300 microns, which were heavily into metals. The high concentration of silver, copper, lead, everything was in the fines. So then we brainstormed with our civil engineering faculty, environmental, what could we do with this? And the composition that we looked at, had, with the elemental analysis, everything looked like it could match the sand that is used in construction. So as you know, concrete is made of, cement, sand, and coarse aggregates. And sand is also a depleting resource. The natural sand is banned in certain areas. So why not use all this waste that is created already, use minimum energy, and put it in the concrete, and then use it for the next 25, 35 years. So with that thought process in mind, we did all the physical property testing, the water absorptivity, specific gravity, chemical attacks, chloride content, et cetera, and it looked like it was perfect. So we went ahead and used the nominal design and made concrete cubes with it, did the mechanical performance tests, and it all looked very promising. And the waste recyclers, of course, had the infrastructure, so why not go ahead with this? So now the stage that we are is that we made the standard mix design for the concrete, and we're doing all the durability testing, which is a whole bunch of tests that a lab would do for us. And thanks to RGSTC, we got the funding to pay for these tests. And once all that is complete, we will have a process, actually, that can be handed over to any waste recyclers who wants to get into this. And our hope is that through all this, we could connect with also RMC plants, ready-mix concrete plants, so that these recyclers are in the close vicinity of these RMC plants. So once the process is there, the transportation cost, which is the highest in this whole recycling, can also be minimized. You just need it one time, then you make the solar-based sand out of it, use it for the concrete. To add to that, we could also, since we also have the process to recover the silver, that could bring in some commercial impact also. And overall, our goal was to just not have them landfill this. So with that, we have been able to come up with this process.
Thank you, Dr. Gillian. We'll touch upon the challenges part as well as the commercials part as well. But, hearing MNRE speak, MOFCC speak, and even on the fireside chat, looking at recycling from the perspective of energy security as well as robust supply chains, if we have to, let's say, recover these materials which can be then reused to make fresh modules, what are the sort of challenges that we see in that, as you rightly pointed out, because the waste modules were in a really poor condition to extract those materials out of it. So maybe Dr. Kumar, you can shed more light on these challenges, because you would be feeding into different types of modules from different manufacturers. What kind of recovery rates you see, what kind of purity you see, and even on the advancement that are happening to improve the recovery and purity rates, but at the same time more economically, by ensuring that the input cost to recover these high purity materials is still less. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Neeraj. Thank you. As you mentioned, two things. Recycling process economics basically depends upon the two things, definitely the quantity and the quality. If the two things, if you are looking for the quality as well as the quantity defines that recovery rate. And certainly it has to be as much as possible, but not less than 90%, I say. And that too, if you are leaving polymers. And by any mean, if you are recovering polymers, and that is only possible by mechanical or by chemical processes. And LCA analysis has been done by many groups. We also carried out, and what we found, the chemical process is not good at all. It gives more carbon footprint, also the energy and the toxic things involved there. Though analysis mentioned here mechanical plus chemical, but chemical is not good. But yes, is there any way to do that? Certainly for like for silicon, when you have a silicon solar cell, removing of metal and then their junction and other elements, only the chemical process is way. There is no other thing. We need innovation in that. and it's a big question for all of us. We need to think differently out of the box if it is possible at all or not. As far if I see the mechanical process has very advantage if you don't take its application for the solar cell. It is like whatever the material you are extracting by the mechanical means, it finds its application in different area. I'm just leaving the glass and the aluminum frame. Very little amount is there of aluminum is there in the cell as well. But the polymer and the silicon and the copper, you can easily extract by mechanical and plus some electromagnetic and electrostatic processes. So those silicon extracted from mechanical or electrostatic means that find in various other application. Now, if you see the economics in that, definitely it makes a sense. Because the metallurgical grade silicon, when you make out of your sand, going with the arc melting process, is a highly energy extensive process and also a huge carbon there. CO2, you know, the process itself depends upon the carbon CO2 evolvement. At least that you are eliminating. So 95% rest market of silicon definitely is potential there of its use. Now, if we go for the, if I talk about the solar cell making of that, so their innovation is needed. When you are doing a mechanical process, whether any cleaning of that, means cleaning means just purification of that, the silicon powder. Normally, when you go for mechanical process, after shredding, grinding, and its further filtration, so we come with a particles, a small size particles. So in that small size particles, whether it is possible to eliminate other impurity elements. So that is possible. Nobody has carried out that research, but definitely we are planning to do that. You know that the purification, normally when we go for an ingot formation, after this metallurgical grade, the standard process is that you go with the cement process and then again for CZ or FZ process, whatever you are adopting. So during its melting, many times melting, your segregation is happening and all the impurities travel at the top because of the difference in its masses. So this way one can do the purification. So yes, there makes a economic sense, but I have tried to find out literature, but nobody is doing that. So that maybe economic will come there since I am a researcher by heart and I want to do research, so definitely this will be a core research, but I'm also looking for some sponsors for that. So that is the one thing I want to mention. So yes, so mechanical and plus thermal. Thermal is not that thermal. It is not going to make in that way. It is a standard process, the silicon ingot process. After the later stage we adopt. So in that, if purification way is possible, but certainly not by chemical. That's so I'm very sure it is not the right process. Further add to it, if you, yes, for other element, if I talk like the silver or the aluminum is there, sometime you know that with the copper tap in the older module, definitely lead and tin are there. So that has also need to be separated, particularly the lead. And there are different ways to separate it. You need a chemical reaction for that, making it a lead oxide or silver chloride for silver and tin chloride. And again, you have to go with certain process to make it further separation of these two. So it's all chemistry dependent. You can't avoid that. So there are certain things, it's an intrinsic property of the elements. And that is how one has to go with, one has to deal with that. But definitely when you go for economic things, so you have to see from the starting. When if you are not have this kind of a, basically the recycled material is your raw material now. So from the starting, when from the ores, so all economics you have to take into account and the carbon footprint. Then only make the sense. It is not that we have taken the solar panel from a site after this completion of end of life. No, it's not that right to make a comparison. You have to compare with the starting from the ore. So that if you do that calculation, then only it makes a sense for the economics. This is my,
Yes. What are the purity levels that we are looking at when we think of?
Yes. Certainly, if you are talking for the solar cell, you need at least 6N purity for silicon, and for rest better than 2N. For metals, definitely it is needed for silver and copper. And see, with the mechanical process, you are not going to take that purity, just I mentioned. But even if you are having that metallurgical grade silicon, it's fine, different application. The ultimate aim, at least 6N is needed for silicon. The purity, much concern is only for the silicon we talk about, but other metals is also there. That purity better than 2N to 3N, that is needed. This is what industry also apply when they go for the silver or other material.
Thank you. And I think more than the silicon, the real value is from silver when we look at the recycling and when we were doing the analysis. But let me come to Mr. Ghosh. You have been, running, or rather I could say early commercialization of a recycling facility. So how do you see some of the challenges that Dr. Gile highlighted on the quality of the damaged module that are coming to you for recycling, or even using the recovered material, feeding them back into the the manufacturing line, and also on the commercials, if you could shed light from your experience.
So, since we've been running recycling for like last 25 years now, we obviously use a combination of mechanical and chemical process, just given that our technology is unique, right? It's a deposition, and we're depositing a thin layer of semiconductor on the glass, so there's no way the glass can be liberated from the semicon, which is why you have to crush and apply a chemical process to extract the polyolefin and the semiconductor, and then the clean glass comes out. Now, bear in mind that as one looks at the next 10 years of innovation in photovoltaics, you're going to see a lot more thin films come into play, whether it's HJT, where you're already starting to look at deposition, or perovskites, which is all deposition. So, in my mind, the mechanical process may not be really suitable if you think about technologies which are already in the pre-commercialization phase and will be prevalent and dominant in the market over the next 10, 15 years, which will all be deposited on glass. I think, for us, we reuse the semiconductor because we have the ability to extract the semiconductor and recompound it with the same level of purity as we would do with a new material. By the way, our semiconductor, the new material, is also extracted from the waste streams of smelting copper and zinc. So we're not really mining to get elementary cadmium or tellurium. But having said that, I think what Dr. Zele mentioned is for the bulk of the materials, you would need to find innovative ways of new use cases, right? Whether it is cement, mixing it into RCC, you can look at giving it to the cement plants for mixing it in the clinkerization process of cement as another example. So I think, and for us, for example, the glass is not remade into new panel glass, because new panel glass necessarily needs to be low iron, right? And it's very hard for the, we use a TCO coated glass, for example. It's very hard for the float lines to reuse and get to that same level of coating. But you could make low quality glass like bottles and other things where the refractivity is not that critical with reused glass. And so you avoid, in a way, new glass for those applications. I think that's where a lot of the innovation should come in, is to figure out new end cases for it. Polyolefins, for example, what we extract, we sell it to the rubber chappal industry to make like Crocs and stuff like that. There's an end use case for that. So it need not necessarily that all of the recycling has to go into making new panels. But if you make that constraint, it makes the business case that more harder, given economies of scale and given the fact that if new silicon is being made and sold at $7 a kilo, the cost of recycling and making silicon out of a cell is definitely going to be 3 times more of that, and maybe less purity is compared to what you get in the new silicon. So we have to think about, if you have to make this successful, you have to think about new end use cases, right? Commercial viability, I think, for any large recycling capacity, which is a combination of mechanical, chemical, the trade-off is between at what scale you build the capacity and how much capacity utilization is happening right now. And right now, the answer is, if you build something which is subscale, you're never going to make money. If you build something at scale today, you're really investing for the future, and you're expecting to break even maybe when that inflection point starts to hit, multi kilotons. Otherwise, it's going to be a business where you're just doing it as a good corporate citizen to basically prevent landfilling of your product, right? And or getting into the secondary recyclers who are then kind of, as what Dr. Zelle very eloquently said, it's a mess. You want to avoid creating that mess, right?
Definitely. The message I'm taking is, of course, recycling is possible, and then there are secondary use applications of recycled material, as we discussed. It could be either to make concrete, it could be used to make bottles, or rubber-based products. So just in the interest of time, last question to all the speakers. What is that, and please be brief with responses in 2 to 3 sentences. What is that one missing element when we think of circularity in the solar ecosystem? And what is that one recommendation to overcome that missing element? And then we'll open it up for questions. So those of you who have questions in mind, keep them ready. So,
okay, from the ministry point of view, so not only MNRE, but I think the Ministry of Environment also work together and come up with the regulations, like we are a kind of a installer or developers, right? So there is a guideline like in the one page that we give it, but is it a kind of the mandatory that we have to follow it? Is the kind of a penalized things going to happen, So if those things are not there, right, so it will not work, right? So in terms of the different, as I talked to you about the premature or the mature case, even in the premature or mature case, you have to segregate those modules, whether it should be recycled in a sense. I am not talking more on the mechanical side, but yes, if we see that we cannot recover the things or it is completely brittle, right? We can crash it, but aluminum will be taken out, right? So, but in case of a good module after its end of the life, right? So what the glass is very high transparent glass, right? Okay, and definitely on the front side on the silicon is the anti-reflection coating gap. But when you melt it, we don't get it. When we make a crushing these things, we don't get it, right? But I'll give you some example on them today, right? 540 or 550 watt modules, and if you are selling it something like the 15 cents, so it is less than $100 a module, right? So in terms of the silver uses, right? So something like the 12 milligram per watt, right? So if you multiply 540 with the 12 milligrams, you're reaching somewhere around, $6.50, right? Something. And silicon, in the silver, paste as a paste is something like $950 a kilo, I mean, with that consideration, right? Okay. So, and these silvers are not a pure silver. There is a glass fritz, and there is a kind of organics are also there, right? So even when you do the chemical process with the silicon, and you etching it, right? See, you cannot take the 100% because there is a temperature called sintering or firing process, So you lose some of the silicon, and at the same time, some silicon is also etched out and contaminated, but there is a different process that can be used in a sense like today the Siemens process is very, very high pure material, and with the blending of this kind of the recovery material, which is the 5N impurity or something like 4N impurity, with the blending, we can reuse it, but is it that cost is viable? No. So therefore, what I believe that from the government point of view, at least to give some subsidy for the recycling in India so that we save our environment in future. Thank you.
Yeah, over to you.
One word, adopt CEW's report. But, you know, clearly there's a lot to be done.
What has been the missing element as well?
I
Because
think,
the report
I
is
think
already
there's a
out.
lot more missing than what is there in the regulation. Like what Mr. Samanta said, right, he's one of the leading installers and he's saying, what is the penalty for me to, you know, not adhere to it? Nothing. So, you know, that's why I said.
Well, I would suggest that, stop chasing the manufacturers or making them do this. That's not on their agenda. So there are other recyclers or there are other players who would like to do this. Make them aware of these possibilities. And these kind of platforms and the reports were very helpful going forward, I think.
Thank you. And we have many individuals who are quite keen on setting up recycling facilities. They are in, early to advanced stages of that. Yeah, thank you.
See, your two things, two sentences. Policy, technology, and economic, and the environment. Basically, it's a four combination of things. Everywhere, recommendation is needed, and at the four stages, there are missing things. Particularly, whatever we are discussing, whatever the knowledge we have in domain, and with our experiences, right? Ultimately, if I remember the days 2010 and before that, always we talk that solar is very expensive. 2007, 8, amorphous silicon was booming up. There was a talk that amorphous silicon will take over silicon, but nothing happened now what we are discussing. See, so what I feel, go with the flow, what we have present, and definitely it's all from the top level. Whatever we have the researcher or the installer or the industry people, they adopt that depending upon the economics and the resources available. In the policy, that is most important. All my panelist colleagues, they have talked about that. Policy is the most important, what it is needed. Again, a separate deliberation is needed. It is very difficult to say in one word or one line. And whatever technology is developed, that has to be environmentally friendly. Most important. Otherwise, again, we are going to pour something in the environment, and it is not going to help to any of us. Yeah. So this is my message.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take maybe a couple of questions. We have a couple of questions in the center and the back. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Animesh Ghosh. I am from Ashoka People-Centric Energy Transition Center. So, firstly, thanks to MNRE, Bloomberg, NSEFI, and CEEW for this lovely dialogue. And thanks to the panel who have discussed the topic at length and breadth. So, my question is, like anyone can answer because this question seems to be comprehensive listening to you. So, how to address the challenges of maintaining quality and quantity, as you are referring to quality and quantity, by the recyclers, where at this point of time, the collection rate of the e-waste is itself a challenge. And subsequently, the challenges are also around the technologies available in the country, which are more in the lab-based technologies. There are certain technologies which are in the industrial level. However, perhaps there is a challenge to meet the scalability of certain technologies as well. And the third element into that complexity is that what ma'am was mentioning, that is mapping, like who is going to procure those, recovered materials or the secondary materials. Yeah, thanks.
Maybe let's collect one more question, or maybe two more. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Dheeraj sir, this side from CSR NPL. So, my question is it more about economics or it is more about environment? Like Sujoy sir said that we will be require 3 times more money to reuse recycled silicon. But my thing is that at the same time you will require carbon to make new ingots from sand. And that's the most challenging, like it needs more power and it requires directly coal, and also it produces carbon dioxide. So are we going to, we are going for carbon reduction, and then new ingot will require carbon. So is this a good thing, or like
Sure,
it is more about environment or more about economics?
Definitely. And maybe let's take the last question from here.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll keep my question short because I have a primarily low understanding on this. So if I just turn around the question and talk about in a module assembly, right? And this is strictly keeping it to silicon modules, which would be the components as of today which are not at all recyclable and would require some sort of innovation. And just a second part to it was my understanding and just a confirmation that POE compared to EVA is recyclable. That's what my understanding is. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, please. And please feel free to pitch in all the
Yeah. To first question, basically, we can't compare the electronic waste and the solar waste equivalent, because the solar waste, it is basically at the isolated, located place, basically identified place, and the electronic waste is in all houses and in all pockets. That's the thing. And for the solar, basically it is a more streamlined, very well government controlled, whatever the installation is taking place. So this is how we have to think. And as for the second question, definitely we have to see the amount of silicon needed to have our production for the requirement. If it whether it meets or not from the recycled silicon. So that also need to see. So definitely it is very good for the environment if you go from the second stage of the ingot, second or third stage I mentioned, so less production of the CO2 during the process. As for the third question about the different layers in the solar cell, particularly for the silicon solar cell, if I talk about, particularly the PET and the other materials also as a backsheet, and the EVA and other recently different material is being used, you can't get exactly after the recycling. It changes in different forms because the polymer itself degrades, and during its recycling with the chemical process only it is possible, or to certain extent mechanically also you can get, it changes different forms. So it is not going to use directly in the solar cell, because in the EVA you need a cross-linking and other things, then only you can have those properties so that it become also transparent. So it's not possible in that sense.
I'll address the last question first. You asked about what material cannot be recycled at all. So as he said, cells are between two layers of EVA, and there's PET and PVDF in the back sheet, the glass. So it is not that it is not recyclable. Even the EVA and PET and PVDF, everything can be recycled or reused or refurbished or reprocessed. Something can be made out of it. But the question is how much energy, how much cost, and what is the efficiency of all that. So given the processes that are available, there is use for the EVA that can be recovered, like the various materials that can be prepared with it. There's also energy generated by incineration from that. So all those are possibilities. But essentially what we would like to see is like a life cycle analysis kind of of any process, like to address the second question also in that. Of the various stages, you need to look at how much material, how much energy, and what are the outputs. The purity of the products is one thing, but also what are the emissions. When you do a complete life cycle type analysis, only then you would come to a pathway that is the best. And then you look at what is the commercial viability. For example, the most talked about element, which is the silver, which is the high value bringing, that is what the recyclers would be interested in, but it's only at 500 grams per ton of waste. So to get to that silver in the cells, you have to go through all these layers. So the energy required for that is huge. Instead, can you just get to the silver directly through other mechanical means and reduce the chemicals so that the emissions and the processes are more sustainable and scalable? So that is a question that I think once we scale up, that need to be answered.
Yeah, thank you.
So just to answer the question on the standards, the gentleman from Ashoka University had asked, there are standards which exist for recycling of solar PV waste. There are, you know, UL standards, TUV standards. There are guidelines and standards which have been published. We had a conversation in the morning around harmonization of standards, so this falls right in that bucket, and it goes back to the question of defining first what's the value of recycling which will qualify for recycling under the EPR, right? We don't even have a value. So if somebody is doing just 60% recycling or somebody is doing 90%, right? So what is the value of minimum threshold at which it qualifies for recycling is itself a question. The qualification standards for recycling, recyclers, needs to be very clearly defined. And then the technologies which are used to kind of recycle, record, and what do you do end use of the recycled products, these all exist. They're all being followed and practiced in Europe under the WEEE guidelines. So it's not something which we have to reinvent, but harmonization of those standards has to happen.
The second question, about the reducing the carbon footprint. So ingot is one of the area where it is a intensive energy taking process, So we are in an advanced stage with the different ingot manufacturers, like they are coming with the 4 gigawatt and going forward with the 8 gigawatt in India, So they want to have a renewable energy to have a reduced carbon footprint. Yes, they have given a load profile, One is that, at minimum load level what they need, 24/7. One is that in the solar with the wind as well as there is storage devices as well, right? But we have to see that, how it is feasible to make this kind of, because this will be much, much lesser than the industrial, the energy unit cost, which is 6.5 to 7 rupees plus GST, right? So it is in the advanced. And the second thing is that, as I suggesting, like the quality different lab, there should be, like we have got a different solar park. So government has given a huge amount of money, for the solar park for developing. But here, at least region-wise, 4 to 5, kind of a pilot lab should be, lab in a sense like the process, what will be either mechanical and the process means it is a proven process, but yes, it should be very close to, whether it is in the mid of India, in some areas in Nagpur, or maybe in the west side, east side, and the south side, at the 4-5 centers, initially to start with, so that it is processed in this space, and then you can scale it up, very, very, when the absolutely coming like 2035 or 30, up to 30 or so, So that's my suggestion.
Thank you. I won't try to summarize the panel because we have already overshot the time, and everyone is waiting for lunch also. But please join me in thanking all the panelists for bringing a very engaging and insightful discussion today with a big round of applause. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Aishwarya.
Thank you, Neeraj, and all the panel members for a great first session. Some of the topics we discussed included relevant aspects of lifespan of modules, challenges around damage of modules, solar waste recycling technologies, and secondary use of end-of-life modules. We will now bring for lunch. Lunch is served on my right side through the gates. I also would like to remind you to please browse through the poster presentations when you get some time. Authors may please be present for some time during lunch to explain your posters. Thank you, and we will see you back at around 2 p.m. And this is also for the live stream participants. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. To put away post-lunch drowsiness, we will now move on to our second session on market strategies for solar waste management. I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Dr. Akanksha Tyagi, Program Lead, CEEW. Akanksha's research at CEEW strives to make India's clean energy transition responsible and inclusive, enable a circular economy in RE sectors, estimating the employment co-benefits of RE technologies, and developing solutions to make large-scale RE deployment responsible. Akanksha will be moderating this session. Over to you.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good food and are energetic and not lethargic after a delightful meal. Let's begin with the second panel for the day. I would like to invite the esteemed panelists for this session, beginning with Mr. Prashant Mathur. He is the CEO of Sattvic Green Energy. He is an accomplished chief strategist and executor with over 26 years of diversified experience in renewables and environmental studies. Mr. Mathur. I'd next like to invite Ms. Mrinalini Chelappan. She is the Director of PV Module Division and Special Projects at Select Energies Limited. She has over 15 years of experience in solar industry with hands-on experience and on products and projects. Next, we have Mr. Vineet Mittal. He is the CEO of Navitas Solar. He has more than 10 years of experience in sales and finance, networking, and business development. And last but not the least, I'd like to invite Mr. Ankit Kapsi. He leads the sustainability team at DSS Plus and has over 25 years of experience of conducting various high-impact projects, including the first solar PV waste recycling plant in the country. Thank you for joining us for this panel. Really delighted to have you all on the stage with me. I think most of you were not part of the first session, so I'd like to just give you a debrief of what all was discussed and what is the sentiment in the room now. So throughout the opening session and the inaugural session in the first panel, it was echoed that this is a problem, this is an opportunity and not looked upon as a problem. And private sector holds true potential along with innovators to make things happen on ground in creating a circular economy. So where we stand now, I think the audience has a good idea about what are the possibilities, what all is theoretically possible, what all is being tested at lab scale, what do data suggest. I think the focus for this panel would be to give a practicality lens, feasibility lens, and hear from you all that what exactly can work, can be tried out and explored in the Indian context. And I know all of you have been championing some of the initiatives at your organization level. So that would be the ask that you talk about those elements throughout the panel. So let me start with the first question itself, that if you could talk to me about some of the workable strategies of activating solar waste management in the country. So you can talk about what kind of business models could be explored. Are there initiatives that are needed for R&D in improving the module design, either promoting recyclability of modules at an organization level, or is there a need to do individually at your organization or forge some collaborations with other partners, and who could be these partners? So that's the opening question for you all. Would request inputs from everyone.
Thank you, Akanksha, for this invitation and organizing this important subject, conference on this subject. I'm Vineet Mittal, director at Navitas Solar, the Indian solar module manufacturing based out of Gujarat. From the time, we are in this business for the last about 12 years now. The product that we are selling is for the 25-year warranty. Now it is extending to almost 30 years. When we entered this business, we were like quite young, 25 and 26 was our age at that time, and people were really doubting that you are not even old enough and you're selling a product which is having 25 years lifetime. How do you even ensure you will reach that complete life cycle, and what happens after that 25 years go away? Because ideally, the warranty says the product is still good enough for 80% of its original value. It's not like it's an end of life, what we call it. It's definitely not an end of life. So it's just that the warranty has to end somewhere. 25 years is the accepted norm right now with all the research that has happened, all the lab reports, all the testings that have been done. And with the continuous improvement, it is increasing to 27 and 30 years. But point is, it is not ending there. It's still going to continue. We have products in the market in India and elsewhere where they have been installed in like 1980s and before that as well. So it's not really, or it was not really a pressing issue when we entered. Now that India has seen almost 15, 20 years of first stage projects that are now maybe at least on the project side getting end of life, because the PPA is for 25 years, they don't know what to do with the product after the 25 years. The project is installed in a park where the lease is for 25 years, so they have to literally remove that product, either reuse it somewhere else, or depending on the marketability of this recycling thing, whether they will be able to get some value out of this. So, goal will always be to have it on a market mode. It will not be driven by continuous incentives or subsidies. Somewhere down the line, it has to be a market mechanism, like any other recycling industry. I come from Surat. We have recyclers for polyester bottles, like the PET bottles. We have recyclers for the lead acid batteries, so for XYZ in the semiconductor industry as well. And these are independently run by independent recycling companies, not generally by the own manufacturers. Someone might have it as an additional vertical, but it will always be a separate independent vertical. It cannot be just to fulfill your own requirements, because the whole idea is to aggregate so much of volume to be able to run a recycling facility, which is the first and biggest challenge in any recycling for that matter. So until there is clear guidelines on the end of life from the government, which now they are there. The EPR guidelines are there in the market for manufacturers as well as importers, the first importers, if there is models coming from other countries. So there is at least a guideline that you have to follow and comply with. And then it is upon the market as of now, because there is no clear technology available. There are a couple of things that are there in the market, which the market is in a way experimenting. So for us, at least a limited way, we have tied up with someone who is into this whole process of aggregating the whole solar waste from us, from the market, from the fields. Currently, what we see the biggest volume physically on tonnage basis is from any physical damage due to some sort of natural calamities, where the major bulk of the broken panels are available. It's not because of the early degradation. Those are one-off cases, depending on the supplier, whether India or import. But majorly it is about the breakage, either during manufacturing, which is a very, very small number for any factory. They will be able to manage those production costs. In transit again, if there is any accident, but majorly due to any natural calamity. And those are in the power plants, in the fields, which are then compensated by the insurance companies. And there is no real guideline how do you, in a way, have a second life, or what do you do with that inventory. And those are then sold in the off markets, in the secondary markets, and we don't really know what happens after that. So this is where the EPR comes into picture, and we should be, in a way, very particular what was the overall percentage of recyclability, whether it was recycled or not, first of all, whether it is going into a landfill. So those are the challenges, that whatever is going into landfill should be avoided, and can we really do any technology to recover that. And the reverse logistics is equally important, to collect it at a central location, maybe in multiple locations across the country, whether someone does it as a company independently, or someone from the government helps you in collecting the waste, and then someone handling it. So those are the issues I think we would be discussing today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Prashant Mathur. I'm the CEO of Satvik Solar. We have been manufacturing solar modules for almost 10 years now. And I would like to congratulate CEEW on organizing this, because I go to so many conferences, but rarely have I seen people talking about the solar waste management. So I think this has actually brought in a lot of thinking for us as well. So there are two aspects to solar waste generation. One is at the manufacturer end, like us. So earlier it used to be high, but once now that we have more automated equipments, we have off grades, but solar waste is very, very negligible. And there are ways how you can rework on the panels, and so the waste generation at the manufacturer end is actually almost negligible. So we don't have that many problems at our end. But we supply these modules to developers, and these gets installed. And then after end of life, we are getting into a situation wherein you will have heaps and heaps of modules at the end of life. Solar industry in India has not been, I think it's a 15-year story. So we'll see those modules coming around 2030. We will see a lot of solar waste coming. To address this, what we as a manufacturer have done is that, like Satvik, is we have PV Cycle. It's a non-profit European organization where we have subscription to that, which specializes in solar waste management. We give this certificate to our customers. Mostly they don't need it, they don't ask for it, but that is available. But we seriously don't know how that will be managed at the end, because how far they are, they are able to manage it. I'm not very sure about that. But the topic obviously here is how do we manage it in a business-friendly way. So one is obviously this modules. These can be delaminated. There are processes available to delaminate it. But after 20, 25 years, 30 years, how much of it would be usable, and how to do it environmentally. I think we can really work on economics on how to make it feasible for the developers. Large developers may do it environment friendly, but the small end users may not be. So we need to find a way of how to manage that and bring a business model around it. So yeah, I think we need to work on that.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Renalini. I'm the director in Swelect Energy Systems. And we have a module manufacturing facility in Coimbatore now. Earlier, we were in Bangalore as HHV Solar. So we come with 14 to 15 years of experience in the solar module manufacturing space. So as far as we are concerned, when we talk about how do we manage solar module waste, until recently, it was not even classified as a specific waste, and now only it's come under e-waste management. So this always has to be driven in tandem with three institutions. Always have to go in tandem. So the first and foremost would be in terms of research, the technology. Do we have that here? Do we own it? So this is always my answer to any question, be it recycling, be it manufacturing, whatever it is. Today we are all glorified assembly lines. I'm sorry to say that, but India is a glorified assembly line. Do we own the technology? Do we own the technology of the product? Do we own the technology of the machines used to manufacture, the production machinery? No, we don't. So first and foremost would be to have good industry institutional collaboration, and do we have the R&D and the innovation, and do we have the technology to recycle ourselves? And this also goes in tandem with, do we know what goes into our product? Without knowing what goes into the product, how do we know what to recycle and how to take it out? So that would be the first and foremost item. And then in tandem comes, as a manufacturer, like my fellow panelists have already told, there are three things, right? So one is reduce. So as a manufacturer, are we reducing the quantum of waste that we are going to generate during the process? Second is, what is the kind of material that goes in that will ensure minimal waste or maximum recyclability? And then, Kind of Energy Star program, BE programs are initiatives that push us towards that so that we use minimal resources to have maximum efficiency. So first and foremost would be reduce. Then comes reuse. So when we talk about reuse, yes, second life, how we are talking about second life batteries, we can talk about second life solar panels. But the major challenge there would be to, how do you qualify them? Who qualifies them and how do you qualify and how do you ensure that it is foolproof? So when we talk about reuse, that would be the major challenge. And then also comes the nitty-gritties of how do you ensure safe packing, how do you ensure that it reaches the right people at the right price with the right, and the transparency throughout the system, through and through. And then finally comes recycling, where both as a manufacturer and as a recycler, there should be complete data transparency that happens throughout the entire ecosystem. So in this, what we do at Swelect is that we are working actively towards reduction. So definitely we're very conscious about how much of material goes in, how much comes out, and ensure that the process rejections are as low as possible. And also one other point is COPQ. This is again another thing we always talk about, cost of poor quality, which will always show up on the field, not at the manufacturing level. So how are we ensuring that that is also controlled? And we are creating a lot of awareness with all our customers and end users that anytime there is a module failure or a replacement that is required, we are ensuring that the module is brought back to our facility and stored safely at this point of time and until the regulations are more clear. So these are the various strategies we're taking up, and at the same time we're also looking at what are the possibilities to have raw materials that are easily recyclable. So this is on a manufacturer and on an industry front. And of course, the third most important is the policy that we have in place. So do we, of course, we are all working towards that. CEEW is actively working with MNRE on this. So would be, what is the kind of policy, how is the reverse supply chain that is going to happen? And once it is there, are we going to have enough quantum to recycle? And of course, who's going to bear the cost of all of that, which is the major question. And also another major item in terms of policy, or rather the government initiative, would be like how we have EPR, which reports how much is being imported and how much sales is being done. The complete, the failures of modules and how much of waste is generated has to be transparently reported. And that data must be available through the system for both the recyclers as well as the manufacturer. And that would be the way for us to effectively gauge what is the kind of waste that is truly being generated. And then we look at how the recycling can happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrinalini. All right, I am at a distinct disadvantage. I've got my esteemed colleagues who have made all the relevant points that need to be made. But I have the advantage that I come from a slightly different sector. I'm from DSS. I lead their ESG and sustainability practice in India. And we ran what you'll see over there on a poster, the Solar Waste Action Plan, a pilot to recycle solar panels. This was about 3.5 years ago, so slightly dated, but still, I hope, relevant. My first point over here, Akansha, will be what do you classify as waste? When do you call something a waste? And as sustainability consultants, I've been doing this for over 20 years. I say to people, let's refuse to call anything as waste and call it a secondary resource. The moment we stop thinking of it as waste. So when we say solar waste management, if we say secondary resource management, we identify the potential of the other components in there. So that's a small point number one to start this discussion off. But going on from there, normally what we talk about when we say solar waste management is recycling. And I think you made a good point, Mrinalini. There is so much more to do before recycling. I think Dr. Sarita Zele as well in the previous session talked about the potential of the product extended life use. There are other use. I don't know what, so don't ask me the question. I don't know what can be done, but there are other solutions as well possible for most end-of-life products or before you go for recycling. So consider those. And then, of course, when you consider any product, whether you call it a waste or a secondary resource, where is it? And the tracking and tracing is also a very important part. I think this is also a major, major challenge we have in India. So whether you use high-end RFID, something that resists weather for several years, or blockchain, all of these could be challenging, would be some of the most important parts. So when we were doing the solar waste action plan, we looked at panels, we recycled some 250 tons. It was a pilot, so not huge amounts, but to get an idea of the technical and commercial feasibility of doing something like this. And one of the earliest things we saw is there are a fair number of panels which we would not have classified as end of life. There is so much happening before then. So I think that will be the first part of it. Then going to recycling, I think again some very good points covered over here. Having the right regulations in place. We have something, but one that works for the entire chain is important. Having the right infrastructure, whether it is solar recyclers or a current stream of recyclers, for example, e-waste, there is a challenge over there, but until significant amounts are there, having e-waste or glass recyclers support this system, and then having the right mechanism to implement this, to aggregate this, to make this commercially viable, to make it financially viable will be important. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ankit. I'll actually start the second round with you itself. The point that you highlighted, I think it was echoed. We heard from Vineet, who said that I think they are adopting partnership approach, where they know that this is a vertical which needs to be specialized and carved out of a manufacturer. We heard from Mr. Prashant that it's something that they have handed over via PRO in form of a PV cycle, and they'll still figure out what to do. Mrinalini has taken on, again, a manufacturer end to improve the quality and reduce the quantity of waste. What you are telling, it has to be a combination, or do you see a clear winner in terms of what business models will emerge out of these strategies? And I would really want you to reflect on the practicality of the pilot that you run, that I think we have been speaking for it bilaterally, that it was also a collaborative approach. So really want you to compare those two business models, whether it could be a manufacturer-led, whether it could be a recycler-led, and then a collaborative approach that could work out in the longer run in Indian context, where we know that domestic manufacturing is still emerging and a lot of cells are being imported and assembled today. So just that as a caveat.
Yeah, I think in the context of India, this is very difficult to say one entity could do it on their own. You need collaboration. I think that goes for most projects. It's also the cake is big enough, let's share and do it, but also speciality of different things. Now, one probably controversial item, but this is the informal sector, and how they play a significant role. A lot of people talk about how you formalize the informal sector, and I think that we work in Africa, many parts of Africa, not just on solar waste, but end-of-life vehicles, on composting, all these elements. When you look at this, what happens inevitably is you have the informal sector playing a significant role. If you exclude them, the amount of knowledge they have, the networks they have, cannot be replicated. So what needs to be done rather than formalize is integrating the informal sector. Somehow this is extremely important for the e-waste sector, for the solar sector. Everywhere where you talk about end-of-life waste, plastics, you see the same thing. So they play a critical role. The manufacturers do as well. But I think there is a potential over here for manufacturers to take a longer integrated role. Everything from the manufacturing to the installation to offering recycling solution, because then the circularity, whether you can bring it back to your original products or use for something else. And again, in the earlier conversation, I think Mr. Sujoy Ghosh was talking about, let's be practical. Let's not talk about a fully circular model, but where else can we use it, even if it is aggregates. But let's start moving ahead in that direction. So I think in that sense, the manufacturers might have a significant role as well. But collaboration is bound to be important. The other smaller aspect is making sure the downstream and who you are working with. And again, you will see a heat map on the poster over there. What we try to do is identify what are the end fractions and where all could they be used, except if you keep on thinking, I want to use it back to the solar panels, it's not always feasible, but can you use it for other purposes? And having that heat map allows you to identify who all those users are. That will keep on evolving as well as the sector evolves. But having them an integral part, having a ready buyer of your downstream fraction is going to be a very important part as well. Otherwise, you'll end up recycling but not knowing what to do with your products. So again, I hope that addresses your question.
No, definitely, it adds some part of the answers. Mrinali, I wanted to understand from you, you talked about quality assurance and reducing the waste quantum. Given manufacturers are really the, of course, not excluding the miners and refiners, but then the whole control over the product's life cycle lies with the manufacturer and how you are designing your cell, how you are making a module out of it. So could you share some thoughts on, is that a priority right now, that how to make more circular products? We heard in the last panel about what is recyclable, what is not, and how just the sheer design of a module can make recycling, of course, difficult at the end. And you know, there are compromises on the recoverable quantity as well as the quality, the purity of the recovered materials. So could you talk about something, what is the latest happening in terms of circular designs of modules, about product use, either reducing the quantum of materials that go into it or how they are packaged together?
Yeah, so on the manufacturing front, when we look at basically what are the raw materials that go in and what are we doing there to ensure better recyclability, definitely the raw material has evolved. Like we know with the cell, the amount of silver that goes in, the rare earth minerals that go in have come down. And the silicon by itself, the weight of the silicon has come down quite a bit from where the wafer size, cell size was, thickness was at 200, 250 microns. Today we are talking about 140 microns, and it's hardly 5 to 6 grams per cell. So a lot of work is being done there, both as, one is as a material reduction and of course as a cost reduction to bring down the kind of material that goes into the elements that go into the raw material. So that you're using lesser material to ensure and yet getting higher, higher efficiencies of the material. And there is some discussions and experiments that are going on with, for example, backsheet. So backsheets are being explored now where you can make it recyclable at the end of life. So the question is all this, when we talk about selection of raw material, which will be ensure that you have the life that it's designed to be, that's first and foremost. And then B would be at end of life, are you able to recycle them and get maximum out of them? The research is still going on. There are a few products out there which we are also exploring on that front. On the process front, if you look at, definitely that is where we take a lot of care because, for example, as a standard, if we talk about a cell rejection of yield of 1.5% or 2% in a facility, then at today's capacity, we are already, India's capacity, we're going to be generating at least, close to 1 kiloton a year of cell waste, pure cell waste as a process. And then comes your EVA, trimming waste and all of that. So those are certain steps that we're taking inside the company to ensure that the process waste comes down quite a bit. It could be at the stringer level, it could be at how the entire factory has been laid out to ensure there's minimal handling, and at the final qualification, again, how are we grading the panels, A, B, C, rejects, all of that. So the complete care is taken in the process to ensure that there is minimum rejection through the process, and end of the line, when we get a product, the maximum product pass rate is as high as possible. And what is most important to us is once it goes into the field, then what happens there? Are you ensuring that entire 30 years of life that you're giving is performing? So we have very stringent quality criteria in place to ensure that happens. So these are some of the steps that we are taking internally.
Thank you. Mr. Mathur and Vineet, to both of you, this question about financing solar waste. You have, Mr. Mathur, you are doing it via PRO, as I was mentioning before. So how should the cost for waste management be built in? As a manufacturer, do you think it will be front-loaded, that as you're putting on products on market, there is a delta which is accounted for a future recycling and waste management? Or do you think it will be as and when the waste start coming in, I'll be there to finance? So whether financing, so first two-part question. First, how should financing be planned out given that the product has such long life cycle? And B, where it will be then loaded? Will it be front loaded or it will be back loaded?
So far it's not been done, but because what happens is that solar panel has a warranty 25, 30 years, but it's not the end of life actually. So the product has potential, and there is a secondary market wherein our customers end up like in Africa, and Afghanistan, those places. There is a secondary market where the material actually lends. And then at the end of the life, I think there is, one is obviously the recycling is happening there, but like I talked about PV cycle, so there is a fees that goes into it. But yes, we need to work on some kind of a business model wherein we can, after the end of life, we give some kind of incentive to collect the waste back. It could be, or it could be a deposit wherein we return that deposit once the waste has been, done at a environment-friendly way. So there are some models wherein we are looking at it. There are some models which are already there, not in India, but they are there in the international markets. So I think we can work on those kind of models.
So I think there is a legal angle to this. The cost of financing, front load or back load, whatever, because industry is divided, at least on the manufacturer's front, between the domestic ones and the ones which are getting imported, the products which are getting imported. And it's a continuous cycle of market mechanism where we have to compete with domestic as well as import pricing. If there is a certain regulation which is compelling every product to be sold to have an end of life compulsorily, then it's a question of cost. Until there is no regulation, there is not going to be any cost which will be built in, whether at end of life or early stage, both, because every penny saved is a penny, and there is not a possibility that you will be able to charge that from the customer, or the customer will be ready to pay that additional premium, because there is a linkage to a recycler. Because although the EPR guidelines are there, still there is a lot of clarity requirement, and there will be need of market to evolve. Government will think over it. I'm hoping that there's a lot of work going around behind the back to assess the whole scenario. How do you address this? So there is this clarity requirement which will help the whole industry to take this issue in a very serious way. And I would honestly agree with Prashantji that rather than penalizing a manufacturer or say an importer, there should be some sort of incentive to address this issue upfront. Because any new project or any new industry, when it is coming into the market, and when it was early days of solar water heaters to any rooftop, and still we are seeing a lot of subsidies being given out for adoption of solar. Similar way, there should be some mechanism how you are incentivizing the early adopters, because there is going to be a viability gap with the cost associated and the outcome of this whole exercise. There is going to be certain early movers who are taking the risk to take this exercise. So, and there comes the whole legal aspect to the regulations. How does the government want to address this? On a broad level, our country is nowhere now following any global rules. We are making our own. So we should not be emulating any other region or state, country for that matter. Globally, after EU, the European Union, India is the only country who has at least announced EPR guidelines. Now I think the time is right to establish some sort of policies which are market friendly and which are not in a way hindering any growth of the sector or the manufacturers or the importers, but in a way making it more collaborative. On a company level at Navitas, in terms of finance, I would say that for us, fortunately, we don't have any cost associated to it. The offer or the negotiation that we've been able to do is that the pickup will be at the cost of the aggregator, and then they will help us with the complete life cycle trail with the whole audit, how much product was extracted, what was the end use, how much commodity was recovered from our lot, and there will be a certain form of documentation attached to that. And still these are early days because these things I think come under CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board, and even they are learning, so there is lack of clarity on once the documentation is there, is it verifiable, how do you have a government stamp over this. So a lot of things need to be addressed in those aspects, but at least on the market front, they are able to extract enough value from the product even after collecting it from different geographies and from our factory also. And the whole recycling process itself is making them viable to incur the pickup cost and the production cost and everything. So I think the market is evolving very fast, and in like 1 or 2 years, we will be seeing a lot of development. I would just take last 1 minute. In conferences like this, I would also hope that we will have participation from institutions like any IITs or NITs or local universities who are already undertaking these activities, or maybe their project students are interested in such activities, because this is where the whole development of technology will happen, not globally, but within India, what I think sir also mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on the last point, we do have a lot of innovators, both from academia and startups, who you find in the room. They also have put up their posters like yourself. So, you know, like you said, there's a lot of domestic R&D that's happening, and we just need collaborations with manufacturer or project developers to convert them into feasible and practicable solutions. I had one last question on financing again, because that's really like the economics, and it makes or breaks the case for circularity. How do you solve for the insolvency issue? So whether you are a manufacturer of today who is proactively working on tackling the solar waste, whether you are managing in waste reduction, your footprint, whether you are outsourcing via partner, how do you solve for that in future, 25, 30, whatever the time could be, when almost like 90–95% of your products will return from field not being viable? Who will be there to you know, finance that waste management? So just on the solvency part.
So I think if the market evolves, it will take care of itself, because the ownership of the asset lies with the owner of the asset, whether it's a rooftop or a large project. The liability lies, but the ownership is still with the developer. The liability is with the manufacturer, definitely. But I'm saying that if there is enough market mechanism for the developer to maybe even earn some money out of this waste management, then this issue will not be a big challenge, the insolvency part, because there will be players who will be ready to maybe even pay for that scrap material. I think this is my take.
So it's a difficult subject which we are talking here. But like we have third-party insurance, wherein you have a project is insured, a product is insured, like we have MNRE, and there are other insurance companies which are underwriting the product life and the warranties. I think a similar model can be worked on end of life securing. So basically what you're saying is, once the end of life is there and we are not solvent or we are not there to honor the waste management, then who does it? So yeah, so as I said, PV Cycle does it, but I don't know how they will actually manage it. But